Well, here we are again. And now it's at the end of our story. Looking out over the land of Morrowind. Thinking about all we've done, all we've accomplished. It's kind of crazy. Originally, I was gonna say, Tribunal's done, let's move on. And I'm like, wait a second. There's things left undone, which is okay. But there's also things that we kind of wanted to do, but kind of just took the time to kind of focus on our quests and stuff like that. So I thought, hey, let's just give this one more, just one more, a last hurrah. If we find enough here that we're attempting to accomplish, we can always just do that for the rest of the week. But yeah, my final bio exam is in 4 hours. Dude, Nully Bird, how's it going? Dude, good luck ahead of time. This feels like the ending to a chapter. It really does. It's so heavy. It's so weird. But it's good. It's good. We've filled so many things. So many things that we wanted to do. I've been trained very, very well. Sugar Daddy Jimmy C, how's it going, man? First in chat. Nerds and nerdettes, I can't believe Morrowind is coming to a close for now. I suspect we might see a mage playthrough at some point now that the genie is out of the bottle. Oh man. Now I understand. And a mage pure. And Daddy Day, oh. Yeah, all we are left is this unquenched desire for power. And Daddy Dagoth's soothing voice, do not forget. How's it going? Nelly Bird. Who also has your bio exam. Very exciting. I'm glad you were able to give the old game a chance and come away with an appreciation for it. The good news is even with all the things you did, there's so much in the game to see later, which is amazing. How you doing, Mr. Anderson? It actively rewards exploration. A lot of the weirdness in Morrowind is tucked away, not related to the mainline quests. Invictus, do not underestimate Daddy Dagoth's soothing, dulcet tones. As he twists your body into something resembling a plantain's wort with none of the charm. Anderson said he's still working on the kinks of the power he gained from the heart of Lorcan. Give the guy time. He hasn't had enough time already. Lily says this feels like an ending to a chapter, final bio, and this is the last Morrowind stream. Yeah, I think we're gonna tie it off with a bow here. We like I've seen too much. I've seen too much. I know too much of that. Perfect example. Look at how I can jump. Dude. And discovering all that on the last stream. It'll definitely be exciting one day to come back to this. And to have all these tools in the tool belt. And maybe for you guys to remind me how many of them I've forgotten. But just the ability to play this game in a, I don't want to say more efficient way, because that's not the purpose of games, but you know, to get to really get super comfortable in the game and push things a bit and stuff. It'll be fun. Hats off to you. You did the Morrowind in the worst way a person can experience it. Vanilla and on Xbox. I feel like I've put in the time now. Like, I feel like I've actually done the thing and I'm proud of it and I'm excited. Like, I don't know if I would... well, I certainly wouldn't appreciate the game as much had I done it any other way. Certainly. But, I don't know. There's only there's only one first time to do something, and I'm contented to say that I've done it the way I would have wanted to. So that's a good feeling because you can't get that back. So yeah, so we're gonna head out into this beautiful grumpy world, very gloomy, and we're gonna see how many things there are left to accomplish. Oh, I almost landed on his back. Can I take a ride? Wait. Come on. Oh, man. Acrobatics skill increased to 145. Beautiful. Beautiful, cool, and gray morning. Perfect. Same here, Anderson. Anderson, something about that Xbox version. It will crash 98 times per playthrough and run at 5 frames per per second sometimes. But I still choose it over PC because of the controller support. Yeah, I don't think I could ever experience this without the controller. And I know like the stream machine. You know, I know that there's gonna be ways maybe to play it a little bit more smoothly, I guess, but I don't know. Like even then, I've noticed, and we've talked about controller support for things like Steam. There will be button combos that you can do on console that you simply cannot do on controllers that you have to set up because they're almost like not like it's kind of like macros in a way, not really, but it's like you can assign each button to one thing, but they won't let you assign button combos or some buttons that can be used at the same time on console you can't use at the same time when controlling setting up the controllers on Steam. So that's the only bummer. That's a major bummer though. So it's difficult. That's a major thing for me is Xbox controller has always been my best friend. I always use the PlayStation for my like shooter games were on PlayStation. So that's like the controller that's so tiny that you're practically holding it in like away from your hands. You're not like tucking it into your hand. And the trigger, like your finger can fall off the trigger so easily. But I mean it's like you get used to it. But it's just the idea that you can have the ability to press so many buttons at once. Whereas on PC, it's like I'd have to keep looking down to make sure I'm pressing the right things at the right time. Never played a good controller mod for any game. Ah, that is the most discouraging thing I've ever heard in my life. But it is a truth I must accept. I guess a lot is tied to how you were introduced to it. I was a PC gamer before it was a cool thing because it was cost efficient. So keyboard and mouse feels natural. Yeah, I would say that my natural emotion that comes with uh keyboard mouse playing would be, I would assume, about the same for somebody who is going to switch to a controller. Like for instance, I feel like a controller feels very natural and you could do so many things at once with it without losing which key because the keys feel different. The buttons feel different from each other, so you know exactly what you're doing and when, and you can do it quickly and accurately. On the other hand, a PC with a mouse, when you're aiming, like if you're playing shooters and you're aiming, there's a natural feel to moving that mouse that is going to be a lot smoother than using two joysticks to hone in on what you're doing. So, yeah, I feel like it'd be the same. Whichever you have been, you've got the muscle memory for, the other is going to feel very clunky and off. If a game doesn't have controller support from the developer, it's cooked forever. It's just so, I think, yeah, so natural now. Actually, the idea that you have to swing the sword with the mouse is pretty insane. That's funny. Wait a minute, would I have to do that if I ever played it? Because is it PC only? Oh. That'll be weird. Because then inevitably you end up scooting around your desk until you have no space, I would assume. That is something else. The apothecary. Yeah, Daggerfall and Arena were not console releases. Oh, the sadness. Oh, let's turn off our... Make them ads manual. We gotta turn off the ads. Sorry about that, if you got hit with one. I'm monitoring the stream properly now. Nor was Battlespire. Every time I hear Battlespire, I think of Fable with the spire. Don't glitch on me, Morrowind. Now is not the time. Citizen.
Warm day to you, friend.
Warm day to you, friend. Jeez. Do you recommend a dance in fire? Reflections on cult worship. He doesn't have Paula. The madness of Pelagius. Ah, yes, the one with the famous final boss against Lucian. Yes. But if you were used to Might and Magic or Ultima, Morrowind is a huge step in a different direction. Where did I put, like, any extra books? Morningstar.
You have potential, Outlander. Are you here for training?
Unnamed book.
Please go ahead, Outlander.
What an unexpected surprise. Please go ahead, Outlander.
Oh, I put some down here. The Pilgrim's Path. Wither Shins. Old Dwemer book. I'm actually not familiar with Ultima. Or the old D&D Gold Box series. I mean, Morrowind came out just a year or two after Baldur's Gate 2. That's another thing I'd consider as Baldur's Gate. But concerning WRPG and JRPG design, it was all roads lead to Ultima. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Ultima, but when it comes to like the D&D, like I told you guys I was recommended Baldur's Gate 3 highly, and I feel like that would be a great lesson in just D&D mechanics. Provided it sounds like it's quite accurate. Like the closest thing you'll get to D&D without, you know, in a video game. you know, without the tabletop aspect. So, which to me is very exciting, and I would love to kind of like go back to that and practice that again. Oh, and the Bard's Tale. That's the other one. Pele. That's the other one I have. We have Jade Empire and the Bard's Tale. I'm not familiar with Ultimate either, but despite being an American franchise, it was hugely influential for Japanese developers. Okay. Dawn and Dusk. The Book of Dawn and Dusk is a collection of sayings and aphorisms attributed variously to the tribunals and to their saints and servants. Many of these have become common cliches of everyday life in Morrowind. The following selection of slogans will illustrate many of the simplest notations of the tribunal faith. Ooh. Ultima was the RPG back in the 80s. Remember playing it on a Commodore 64. Okay, so this is like it's a game, it's an RPG, and it became like kind of like the gold standard for a while, like the industry standard. Must be pretty great. Speak none but good of the gods, convenient. We have no opinions about truth. Wait, we can have no opinions about truth? This is already sounding very culty. Rumors flow from the House of Troubles. What does that mean? Count only the happy hours. No child has a sinner's heart. Have you met one? Let faith be your only law. That could mean anything. Fear of the fool is the beginning of wisdom. Maybe not fear, but okay. Civi in every hour. I don't know what that means. Walk always in the presence of your lords. Comfort is given, justice is taken. Okay. Learn by serving. From the heart, the light. From the head, the law. Blessed Almcivi, mercy, mastery, mystery. Okay. Forge a keen faith in the crucible of suffering. Engrave upon thy eye the image of injustice. Would it be thy or thine? Nerdy Lord British shakes his head in disbelief. It's a modern template for modern JRPG and WRPG design essential. There was definitely a branching of ideas since that point. Maybe not literally the first game, but definitely a template. Yeah, I haven't played a JRPG. I don't know what a WRPG is. Does that mean just Japanese and Western? I usually just hear it as said just RPG. Death does not diminish the ghosts guilds with glory. It's supposed to be guides. Faith conquers all. Let us yield to faith. Better to suffer a wrong than to do one. I agree with that. The heavens are in their glory. Applaud. Folly secures its power to harm. Though forbidden to some, not to you. Oh, how rarely wisdom rules our hearts. Truth. Blessed are we who serve Almcivi. How did that work out? Three mouths sing mercy, mastery, mystery. Oh, that's coming up again. Gather no seed in the fields of hell. The thrice-sealed house withstands the storm. By breath and blood, protect us all. Can ghosts or justice change with time? Consider your end, mortal. Accept grace without limits. Enter the rhapsody of the god poet. JRPGs are a divisive genre. I've never been inclined. Like, I didn't even know it had a name for the longest time. Just those types of games never really was on my list. By breath and blood protect us all. The third thrice sealed house withstands the storm. That's not true. I broke those cords one at a time. Okay. Kneel before the teacher's chair. 3 hands, 3 hearts, 3 eyes. That's scary. Keep no secret from your judge's scale. Forge darkness into light. Refuse neither brother nor ghost. That's going to end up being a lot of people. Blessed Almsivi through birth, life, ghost. Some of these don't make sense. From glowing ashes, the poet wrath shall shine. If Vivek is for us, who can stand against us? Well, Vivek. Fate, monstrous and empty, the whirling wheel of evil. How black my heart roasting fiercely. Wow. Roasting. Ouch. You will see it quite a bit, which is lifted or modified from the yeah, this definitely feels like, but and they did a good job at representing the tone of not just gods, but of people trying to be gods, and how they have to twist these ideas to be more selfish because they're not above the world, like the creation, they're not above it. So they're trying to harness it and control it. It feels like they did a very good job with the way they tell this story. Okay, so Paula is located at Tails and Tallow's ball at Fine Estate. Where is that? It's a holiday. Doesn't sound right. Where do we get the book? Oh, I see. That they're not talking about the book. Okay. Like Final Fantasy 4 and 6 from the early 90s are an experience. I've seen people play one of them, and it was fun to watch. I don't remember which one it was. I'd say 98% of them are pretty bad, actually. But the 2% are amazing. I mean, I keep meaning to try the old 2D Final Fantasy games. The thing which puts me off trying modern JRPGs of the like the Final Fantasy series is the art itself. I can't stand it when people have swords which are 5 feet wide. Yeah, it's definitely a... Like, if you're in the mood for this stylistic choice. Your journal has been updated. The pilgrim must visit each of the shrines of the 7 graces. We already did this. I've read the pilgrim's path, marked the location of each shrine on the map. But I thought I'd already done that. Did I not get them marked on my map because of this? Wow. We already had the fields of Kumu on the map. Did they actually give it a separate location? It didn't seem like it, so what was the point of that? This map is looking pretty good. I'm down for the style of the first 6 games. It's basically the same as Earthbound or Zelda, etc. Oh, okay. I saw a pack or bundle of the first 6 FF games, wishlisted it for later. Ooh. Something to look forward to. Okay, well that's funny. I could have read that book earlier. Not that there's fast travel, so why does it matter? Okay. Brief History of the Empire, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Ooh. You read about the brief history of the Empire. So guys, where can I find Paula? The book. Because I'm looking it up and it came up with the Skyrim one. It's like, okay. Tel Voss, Aryan's Chambers. Mawia. Mawia is a Velothi tower. Southeast of Molag Mar. Ooh, that's a bit far. Wait, where's Molag Mar? Oh, there it is. If you're clever when you're doing the temple pilgrimage, you can cross off 3 in Vivek all at once. You can fly to Ghost Gate or to Nisus before the levitation blessing expires. Makes it quick to accomplish. Oh, wow.
Where would you like to go?
How much have you broken Morrowind since the last time? Crashing the game was a beautiful experience, I will admit. Wait. It's definitely been a beautiful thing. Tel Voss is the easiest place to grab both copies of it, if that's what you're after. Oh, the Tells. How far until we get to Tel Voss? Isn't Tel Voss way up here? Ah! Maybe there's a good, maybe there's a good, boat we can find, but I'm so bad with the boats. Ah! Why does this feel like a path up and it's not a path? This looks like a road to me. That's so weird. We're just falling further down. What is going on? Ah! It's only taking us so far. Wow, that was wasted. Now imagine if you also had a ring or amulet which boosted acrobatics and feathered away weight. Cast a spell, activate the item, zoom across the map. Northeast quadrant. Lame. Nice. Whoa. Oh, I landed perfectly on a rock and that was wasted. Actually, we're moving through this much faster than I thought. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is not good. How dare you? Now you don't exist. Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, it's farther. It's farther. Whee! I was about to say, I hope things load fast enough. Don't crash, just load each area one at a time. A ring is a good idea. We had an exquisite ring. So we could do some enchanting. Some enchanting while we're at it. There's some enchanting we had yet to do. That's right. Could fly away from you, cliff racers. Ooh. That's Tellarune. Oh, that didn't work. Your rest has been interrupted by a script. We're gonna miss you guys so much. We're gonna miss your butt pats. Hey. I said we're gonna miss the butt pats. Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? Can you just give us something, please? Don't talk back to me. Come on. This is it's not that hard. Feel like it wouldn't be much for you to just give us a little something. Thank you for flying Nerdy Abuses Morrowind Airlines. There is no slow fall included in coach, so prepare accordingly. Spoiled to the PC version. Not sure I could live with the inability to resize the minimap in the corner. Admittedly, yeah, that'd be great. Does it just make it bigger, or does it actually expand it so you can actually see more? In other words, does the minimap stay at the same, like, percentage size, but by making it bigger, you can actually see a bigger portion of the map? Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's super useful. Vos, Telmora, Telvos. Okay, we need Paula. Oh, I hate this castle thingy. I love my footsteps. They're fantastic. Hey, the game did an excellent job warning you about levitation jump with Tarheel's death at the beginning of the game. Mr. Scribb ain't having it. No, he's not. Now you can reshape it. I usually have a rectangle in the corner, which is a good bit larger than the Xbox version. That's really cool. It's very precisely. I don't see how anyone can ignore Tarheel. Gravity didn't. Morrowind. Auntie Pooh. How's it going? Bye-bye. Ooh, a jail. Yay. Okay, so we need to go to... Arion's chambers? Oh. Oh, duh. I remember. I remember. Yeah, one of the first messages the game sends you as you leave Satanin is you can abuse the system. That's a fair point. And I think if you're a player of later games, the presumption is that this is just some magical scroll that this guy came upon. It's a unique item. It's not something you can duplicate. Turns out they were just trying to open your eyes to what was possible. They're like, "Oh no, you can definitely do this." Hey, I've come to steal your books. I mean, check them out. Like a proper library. Look, I'm running so fast. This is so efficient. Ah!
Please join me.
You must choose a hortator. Ah! There they are. Okay. 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 Ugh! Moving too fast can be such a burden sometimes. Is it stealing? Is it stealing if I take the books? You gain knowledge from this book. Your illusion skill is increased to 58. Interesting. Okay. Okay, now there's Paula book 2. You've gained knowledge from this book. Your enchant skill increased to 27. I mean, if nobody knows I'm down here. Dang it. Hey, man. Stan LT. How have you been? And also welcome in, Rip. I need to write you down. Greetings. What is the meaning of the title for today? How is it already the last chapter? I just had to be upfront so we can all cry together. So as you know, we finished the main quest. We finished Solstheim. And like all the others, like we finished the Daedric quests. And we just finished Tribunal. Oh, what? I'm not losing karma? You know, for all the speed we have, the turning around speed is very slow. Exquisite belt? Dude, we could do something with that. We can do something with that. I feel like we got some enchanting to do soon here. Mr. A, I'll usually go to the Talvani enchanter in Vivek, pop a save before entering, reload until he stocks Windwalker Windform scrolls. Boom. Wait, scrolls for the rest of the game. Why? Can you just buy them infinitely? So it was harder for you, relatively. Solstheim as a werewolf or Tribunal? I would say... Tribunal really brought the heat, and on the whole, I would say Tribunal was more difficult. But Tribunal and Solstheim both had two moments that seemed, difficult to an imbalanced level. Solstheim was more exaggerated, I would definitely say. Why aren't I able to jump? That's weird. Wait, what am I doing? Like, I would say Solstheim was pretty chill until you got to the hunt. And then it was, like, it was completely imbalanced and difficult to a point that didn't really make sense, given how the rest of the gameplay was going. So that was not enjoyable, except Sothasil, but she would have... If Almalexia didn't get... Oh, yeah. Nerdy has freed the false gods from the burden of their divinity. I am so great. From the burden. There it is. Aw, man. Oh, I can't jump because I'm stealthed. I'm still crouching? Great. Oh, I was clicking the wrong button. I'm so dumb. Is it another cute Pactiquar? Praise be to the Nerdy Varine. Nerdy Varine. Ooh, I like that one. This is all my early game light armor. Oh, what a beautiful memory. Hey, buddy. Hi. You're so cute. Yeah, good boy. I hope you get all the snacks and all the scratches and all the treats in the whole wide world. You deserve it. Wait, is he purring? Are we scratching him? We're scratching him, I swear. When we interact with him, he purrs. Or maybe he's just sleeping and we're interrupting. I don't know. That's what it seemed like. You killed Vivek pretty early on, if I'm remembering. Yeah, I feel like I did. Like, upon our first meeting. Or, like, first couple. I don't know if he had me do a job first. Oh, don't fall down. Oh, the moons. They are beautiful. They are lovely. Plus, Solstheim has Uncle Sweetshare, which just makes the better DLC by every reviewer. No, trust me, everyone loves Uncle Sweetshare. Don't fact check that. Everyone loves the Adoring Fan. Everyone. Guar remind me of the pack animal present on Abydos, Abydos in Stargate movie. Those had manes. Oh, that's cute. Can you imagine a guar with a mane? That'd be hilarious. Okay. Let's check our books. We now have Paula, book 1 and book 2. Okay, Paula, book 1 by Volny Miersted. Paula. Paul. La. I remember when I first heard that name. Not long ago at all. It was at a Tails and Tallows ball at a very fine estate west of Mir Korup, to which I and my fellow Mages Guild initiates had found ourselves unexpectedly invited. Truth be told, we needn't have been too surprised. There were very few other noble families at Mir Korup. So close to the word corrupt. The region had its halcyon days as a resort for the wealthy far back in the Second Era, and on reflection, it was only appropriate to have sorcerers and wizards present at a supernatural holiday. Not that we were anything more exotic than students at a small, non-exclusive charter house of the guild, but like I said, there was a paucity. There was a paucity of other choices available. Ryan better be here. He's been waiting for this forever. Wait. We shall close the book. Let's go enchant something. Ah! Ah! I forgot about this. I was just thinking to myself, we're finally here. And I remember this too. I was like, okay, today we're getting Paula, but I gotta wait for... I gotta wait for Nowicki. Get on the stairway. Got him. Okay. Ooh, there's nobody here at the docks. Wait, who is this? Hey! You don't like me enough. Like me more. Like me more. Nope, leave it there. Everybody loves me. Where are we going? I don't know. And I don't know why. Oh, we need to go to, okay. We need to get to Balmora. Ah! Whee! Psh. Just keep running for your life. I love that our like successful casts are like far, like our roll to cast is way higher. I think Coffee Jump might be at 100 now, which is broken enough for me. It's already amazing. I'm not even oh. I'm not even trying to get teleport at this point. Oh no! Oh no! We're falling down. Loading. Ew! Howl at the moon. Do your thing. Death to the forgers. Why is it always when it's loading? Ryan Owegi! Are you here? And with the amounts of cash you carry around, there's no skill that couldn't get to 100. Other than armor, I think, which lacks a master trainer. Jeez, I remember when, remember the first streams when it was hours-long struggle to climb over hills. Such a beautiful contrast this is. Isn't it amazing? We just went straight over a hill. I feel like it's like, it is like a, it's the growth, the tail end of the journey. Nerdy, do you understand why we Mora boomers get so bent out of shape about Skyrim's magic system now? Okay, fine. I get it. I get it. Gosh. No, you're not wrong. Like, I definitely think there's an element where I feel like if the roles were reversed, if Skyrim's magic system was the old school version, and this was the new school, then the complaint would be, oh, it's magic systems these days are very messy, like that they're very difficult to like my brain can't handle all this information, and it's so broken, kids have it so easy. Like I feel like that, like you could argue both directions. But I think the problem is either way, regardless of which one is the original, regardless of which one's the newer version, whatever you start with, whatever expands your mind the farthest, as soon as you go to something that doesn't, it's so restrictive. One of the negatives to playing this game is like, now that you've kind of got the creative energies, did I go too far? Oh, I didn't. Once you got like the span of what your capacity is, and then you go to a game and they're like, this is the newer, improved, more amazing, and you're like, it's so limited though. Simplicity's great. I love simplicity. I appreciate it. I just, once you experience this, I get it. Like, you're like, wait a second. I think the presumption would be that if it's newer, that it would be able to expand farther, and maybe with some balance of simplicity just for quality of life, things being a little more intuitive, maybe, but not at the expense of, oh, we literally landed in Balmoral, wow. Not at the expense of the expanse of what it can do. The only thing that makes sense to me about why it's simple is just because, you know, I would say if I was back playing Oblivion many ages ago, my assumption would have been games are only going to get more expansive. And then Skyrim came out and it felt so small. Everything about it feels tiny and unrealized and like it wasn't like they forgot to make the game. I think the only reason why it makes sense now is because like they're like, well, actually, like, yeah, the game is it looks smaller. But if you think about it, the actual, like, if you did it by pixels, it's way bigger. Because it's like there's so much detail that's in this that wasn't in previous games. So the bummer is that in order to make things like realistic and like get all the cool fine details, they can't add as much, which is a bummer. Like, can you imagine trying to jump across a Skyrim map, like remastered map, and then like the amount of loading zones it would have? Nah, this isn't recency bias. It's better to have more options when you're dealing with the idea of magic, which exists to break the laws of nature. That is a fair point. Not only did you play the worst Morrowind on Xbox, but you also chose a standard class instead of making your own. Next time you can customize it, totally own the game. Now that I understand the game better, I would be very comfortable making a custom class. But even looking at it, I thought, oh, I've played Oblivion. They're so simple. They're like, oh, like, not so simple, but they're so similar. I meant similar.
Know where to begin.
Like, oh, it's gonna be so, like, of course I'm gonna make a custom class. It's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna efficient level every level and, like, all that stuff. It's like, no way. Even just looking at it, I'm like, oh, there's differences here that I don't fully comprehend. And that's why even efficient leveling, which I did a little bit, was very difficult. Because it really limits you with like the minor skills leading to level up. It really confused the whole situation. And had I built a custom class knowing that and understanding it, I would have made it much different. Skyrim feels phoned in. A huge part of the difference in modern TS games, and older ones is the shift in focus. They started aiming less for nerds and more for casuals. Yeah, I can see that. People who are willing, and also again, I think a big part of that with modern games is that people are not playing one game at a time. They're not saying, "Hey, I went to the store and I bought this one game or these two games, and this is going to be the next 6 months of my life." Like, people have access to infinite games. People's libraries are hundreds of games long. And it's like, nobody has the brain capacity to spend all of it on one game. And a lot of gamers now are not young anymore. Like, they have other responsibilities, but they're still gamers. And so it's like, I can understand why things are a little more streamlined because they know people are playing like a dozen games. And it's like they can't possibly hold all that, you know? So it's a bummer because then that means that for the people who are willing to say, "Hey, I just want to play this one game and I want to like get everything out of it," and then they're like, "Yeah, we don't have as much to offer you anymore." It's like, "Oh, okay." Which is why I can understand why the modding community is so amazing and so popular because they get to just go back to the older games, but like have a kind of refreshed experience. I do not believe that we have the best possible way of going like items to enchant, but we do have a few things that I feel like we could enchant. Let's check out the exquisite belt. Should that be something? Oh, constant. Should that be something that has a fortify attribute? Oh no, wait. Doesn't fortify strength give you? Wait a minute. Let me think about this. Where's our exquisite ring? Dude! Excuse me for 1 minute. Morrowind Rebirth is great too. Oh, that is an insult named at you. Just saying they're aiming for a mass market, not hyper attentive. Yeah, no, and to be honest, I'm more mass market. I would say because I've never had, like, when I was young and I had the time to like really dedicate to games, I wasn't allowed to play that long, which I respect and would not have been good for my hyperactive brain. But like once I did have the time, once I did have the freedom, I didn't have the time. So I kind of like, and I really enjoyed at the point that I had I had access to money and freedom. to choose what I was gonna do, aka adult, became an adult. The games that were coming out were actually really enjoyable to me. So like I was not interested in spending time on a game that was already out, and I never had that many games, but like I got to experience some new games or some were gifted to me, and I got to enjoy these numerous first game experiences, which was really, really lovely. So I've never really taken the time, like the amount of time that it would take to understand the level of what you guys understand. I've never really had that. But I think I started gaining that more with Oblivion because I've just played it for so many years, and it's a game that I just keep going back to. So inevitably, I had a system of how I would play it. Excuse me, we need enchantable items. These beautiful enchantable wait. Common? Pfft. Lame. Lame. No way. We have 2 exquisite belts. Beautiful. Exquisite ring, that's what I wanted. Not expensive, pathetic. Wait. Hold on. We don't have exquisite amulets? No. No. You're joking. I am offended by myself. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait. We also have an exquisite robe. Was that not on the... Where is my shirt? There's my shirt. Oh, we had to take this off so we can cast things on ourselves because it had resist magic. That's right. Wait a minute. I love this helm. I really do. But... oh, agility and endurance. Ooh. But... since we have the weight capacity... we could enchant the Royal Guard helm as well. Ah! I look like a Mandalorian. Like the ones with the red painted, like the Maul Mandalorians. I love it. Which we started watching the series, by the way. Really like the storytelling so far. Okay. First 3 mainline entries are much more crafted for nerds by nerds. Also keep in mind, before gaming was a thing, like digital gaming, there was like tabletop gaming. And those people understood. Like there was no visuals to look at. There was only understanding the underlying mechanics. Like in D&D. So when you make a video game that like, hey, we'd love to make a digital form of D&D, or whatever, of these games that we play, of course it's going to focus on mechanics because that's what everybody knows. They just now get to see it. Nowadays, people who never really had access to gaming, maybe mentally or cognitively, now do, but they didn't like learn the mechanics, then play the television version. They never knew that stuff. That's why I'm interested in playing Baldur's Gate 3. Because that's something I'd like to exercise is my understanding of D&D. A clothier in Telmora sells exquisite everything. Hey! That'd have been good to know. Yeah, the lady you visit to buy clothes to fancy up the... Oh. Callum DMD. Dynamite. Oh, I literally was just gonna write DMD. I didn't even write Callum. I just wrote DMD. How's it going, man? Dude, you're right. We gotta go over there. Gotta get ourselves some fancy drip. Okay. I'd also like to improve Coffee Jump because we made Caffeine Jump that I screwed up, which was Fortify Strength, but so you guys saw this when we were making custom spells. There's a point at which if you alter something, I don't remember if it was the name or what it was, it'll switch your on selves to on touch. Like it'll default them again, and you have to make sure that they're all on self before you create the spell. So we are gonna make a new coffee jump, and it's literally just gonna replace coffee jump, but it's gonna fortify. Why don't we just make that fortify acrobatics? Because I'd like to put the slow fall effect. I'd like to put that on an item. To be honest, I had intended on putting slow fall 1 point, like all the time, on one of my pauldrons. Wait a minute. Yeah, wait. Yes. Why aren't we just using coffee jump? Where are you, Aldrin? Oh, there you... Wait. Whoa, where did I go? Whoa, I'm all spun around. You know what? Forget this. Forget the Mages Guild and their 9GP teleportation scam. Who needs it? I'm off on my own. I don't need you guys. Ooh, the moon is looking really pretty today. Look at that. Hey, pretty moon. Good night, moon. Okay, well, luckily you're playing Morrowind and you can delete old spells. Dude, broken. I will tell you that's probably... Okay. Aesthetics and organization. One of the things I genuinely want is... Oh, gosh, Oblivion. Oblivion. It's better to use, like, crappier things to love... Ooh, I don't remember... Man, it's been a while since I've been over here. Jeez. Oh, the memories. Man, I haven't been there in a while. Okay. It is so much better to use crappier things in Oblivion than it is to use better things, because you level up more easily. That makes sense. So you buy said crappy thing, and then you can't get rid of it when you get the better thing. So what does that, for someone like me, what does that... Oh, great. What does that encourage me to do? I don't buy any of the intermediary like spells because it just takes up too much space. So I end up buying like the initiate spell, the very beginning one. Oh wow, I really can't get over this. Oh, it's almost like I forgot we have levitate. You can do a slow fall with a perma spell. Ah! Duh! Why didn't I think of that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to waste the pauldron on that. I mean, technically you could do anything with a permaspell, so why waste the pauldrons on anything? But I do want them to be shiny. Dude! Are you joking? You know, I'm mildly disappointed in myself. You know, I missed a soft deadline on something yesterday, and I was like devastated because I'm like overwhelmed by life and like a lot of stuff's going on. Mr. Nerdy's like, man, like listen, don't be hard on yourself. There's a lot, you know. But I almost think I feel worse about this.
How wonderful. Welcome, Outlander.
Perma spell it. Like, of course.
You have great understanding. Well,
I think send a couple emails, you can fix it, but come on. I'm embarrassed right now. That other mistake was like understandable. This is not. Slow fall. Are you joking? Just make it permanent. And you only need one. Don't be so hard on yourself. That's our job. Oh yeah, that's right. Please, please. Mock me, I deserve it. It'll make me feel like I've served my penance. Like, that's just disappointing. So you only need slow fall 1, and then permanently no damage. Now, I think there was a concern, and I think we tested this, like, does slow fall affect... Does it just have to be duration 1? Because then it's constantly duration 1, right? Or if I apply it to myself for a duration... No, because the Golden Saint, if you do duration 1, it still stays forever. We're all our own worst critics. I get, like... I used to get more personally emotional about it. I've been a little less like that, but I, like... Sometimes there's mistakes where I'm like, even if no one knows about it, I'm devastated. Okay, slow fall. Is there any other things we want to just stick to this while we're here? See, this is why I get why the soul trap glitch you have to be careful with. Because, like, spell absorption, or, like, spell reflect, or resist, is a problem if you're going to use this in the future. Swift swim. I would love to have permanent swift swim. I know, isn't swift swim just like, I was told that levitate also increases your speed, but I wouldn't want permanent levitate on me. Our speed is already insane, but having swift swim permanently I feel like would be nice. Or you could just ignore slow fall and focus on regen. Yeah, you hit the ground hard, but it's not an issue. I mean, I think if you do... The only thing I'd say is with 1 point slow fall, it's like... It's permanent, so it's not like you're giving any additional attention to it. Slow fall absolutely affects the arc of your jump. Permanent levitate would be terrible. Oh gosh, that would drive me nuts, because levitation limits so many things. What is a coffee jump? You don't know our coffee jump. Coffee jump is amazing. I'm gonna delete this. Ion M nop. Now having this effect permanently, would having slow fall permanently be annoying? Would it be something that you would want? Wait a minute. Sugar Daddy Jimmy C. Does it shorten the arc of your jump? That's what I want to know. Slightly shortens the arc of your jump. It blunts it. Well, in that case... I've heard people enchanting a constant effect levitate item and they just put it on when they need it. That makes sense. If levitation wasn't so much slower than the jump, you can always add more jump acrobat. Fair. This is what I'd like to do, because if you add too much acrobatics, I'm already at my limit for just wandering around the city. Like, jumping in buildings in particular gets annoying at a certain point, because it gets hard to go through doorways when you're that fast. I'm just too fast. Oh no, I'm just too strong and powerful. It's just so difficult. Okay. Forget boats. I'm just gonna be a fast swimmer. I think moving from levitate to jump spells is the most eventual arc of most players once they stick with the game long enough. Moving from oh, that makes sense. Because levitate is quite slow, but there was that one valley we got into where we couldn't even jump because the mountain blocked the arc of our jump. Okay, this is what I want to do then. In that case. What was that? See the way she was sniffing me? That was creepy. Okay, enchanting. She's singing? Are you joking? Okay, let's see. We need items to enchant. This is kind of cool. Once your acrobatics is over 100, I think you don't take fall damage anyway. My acrobatics is quite high. I would love to test that. Don't we have 2 of these? Don't we have 2 exquisite belts? $125. Let's check that, because that would be helpful to know. Slow fall. The only thing I like about slow fall, because we've taken so much fall damage in the game, that feeling of jumping over mountains and then gently gliding down within a most silent footstep. That is a powerful feeling. But we've gotten a lot of that, so now it's just about optimization. Our last chapter alone in dystopia. Yeah, it's like we're taking time to like read some books. To like enchant some stuff that we didn't do earlier. Wait a minute. Constant effect. Yes. Right? Acrobatics. Wow, it can only have a 40? Enchant? Why? That's a 25? Still yet 40 out of 4. That is not inspiring me at all. I'm not impressed with this at all. If your enchant is over 110, all items only cost 1 charge to use. Do I need to get that skill up? I mean, I'm not enchanting it myself, as you could tell. Like, I'm going to an enchanter. So 400 charge, 400 cast. That would be amazing. Not the chance to create it, the cost to use it. So if you're, so that would almost make it worth to be a cast, an on cast. So does it matter the order of the list, the spell list? Oh, okay. I guess since I know I'm using the jump a lot, I don't want to have to like, oh wait, we got to do this first. Oh wait, then we got to do that. Or can it cast on what's it called? Like when you put it on and it casts automatically? Like some items in the game might have crazy enchantment with a capacity of 20,000, but it costs 5,000 charge per cast. 110 enchant breaks the cost per item to use. Ooh. Ooh. Well, we could do that right now. Okay. And then spell chance, that's not bad. And no slow fall. So let's experience this. Obviously, we've already done enough caffeine jump. Better to be Batman or James Bond instead of have a gadget for everything. Hmm. And have a and instead have a gadget for everything. Yeah, it's hard for me to manage that many things, but I'm also used to the newer games where you kind of pick the best items and then you're kind of set. Set it and forget it, you know? So let's say from right here. I'm gonna mark it right here on the map. Let's see how far we go that way. Coffee jump will take us how far? Our helm is aiming at that flag. I can fly. Right at this rock. Which is right there. And then let's try instead. Okay. Escadian Isles region, world. Okay. No! No, 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 no! Oh, the sadness. Okay, this is distressing. Oh, man. Bummer. It makes a lot of sense that constant effect would be way more costly in the context of most things being casting. It's like you can have a constant effect and you don't have to worry about it, but it will be way less. And that does make sense. Alrighty, let's try our caffeinated jump, see how far we get with it. Caffeinated. Okay, we're just gonna have to guesstimate about where we were. I'm about right here. Okay, inventory magic, caffeinated jump. Oh, we already have it chosen. Sweet. Why is it at 100? I thought it was... Oh, 60 out of 100. Wow. I thought we... Lots of working around, varying magnitude of constant effect items, then equip, re-equip until you get the value. Yeah, I really have to just be willing to do that too. That does at least increase it a little bit. Compared to the exploit level we're working with, like the chance to get it at 25, like 25 max is kind of sad. Okay. Here we go. Ooh. Oh, that was a good deal. Farther. That is a good deal farther. I wouldn't say twice, but almost. Is what it felt like. I think you're right, though. With our acrobatics increased, it doesn't seem like we're getting any damage from these falls. Oh! We're already at Vivek. Wow. We need our Infiniswim. See how that goes. Oh, don't we need to aim that like at our feet or something? Whoa. Let's try that. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it now. Ah! This is fantastic. Who needs a boat? We don't. That's a Daggerfall strat. That's more for things like resist magic fire, etc. What I'd love to do is take out Vivek, then roll his head down the stairs of the temple below and demand that people rename the city to the name of the player character. Yes. Why we couldn't do that? Wow. Yeah, we really could just be our own boat here. Wow. This poor game. This poor game. A lot of my strats are Daggerfall strats. That's what... it's what I was used to. That's really cool. That's great. Wait, so we don't need it anymore. It does seem like the jump is much faster. Yeah, we don't need slow fall anymore. That's crazy. Aw, man. Guess we just have to jump to a place where we're allowed to rest. Missed that one. Oops. Oh, still no damage. That's crazy. I'm beyond impressed with this. Oh, no big deal. We're just jumping over Vivek. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Slow fall isn't even needed. Wow. Dude, imagine if we were traversing the game like this whole time. Okay. Oh, hey. It's a little rat. Like, I'm not gonna bother with you. I'm gonna leave you alone. Okay, we're gonna take our brief break right here. And we can think about what our next move will be. Obviously, once Rhino Wiki gets here, we're gonna read our book. We can read other books, too. We could go... I think we have the Baron Zaya books. But we can also enchant we can enchant this outfit, or we can enchant something different. We can see what we have to enchant. Or what we'd even enchant it with, since so many things can be... Now that I know about Soul Trap, we could just enchant ourselves. It almost makes the enchants unnecessary. Yeah, but you wouldn't want super fast traversal early on. You don't know the map at that point. I mean, if you've you mean if you haven't played the game before? Ugh, this is just too fun. Okay, we'll be right back after this short break. Alrighty. Morrowind had a different design philosophy. The journey was the point. Exploration was the point. That was lost when quest markers were included.
What do you want?
What do you want? Exploration was the point. There's a lot of like little tombs and caves that we never really went into. Like this. Sandas ancestral tomb. You stuck? Ooh, this'll be fun. Wait, that's not what I'm looking for. Yay. Ooh, it lights the way. Ouch. That's bad. Oops. A nobleman's chest. Lock level 40. You suddenly feel quite cold. Why? Orcish helm, cuirass, and bracers. I suddenly feel quite cold. Nordic broadsword. Ooh. Ew. Nordic trollbone shield. That is strange. Reflect on self. Absorb intelligence. I will absorb your intelligence. Because I need some. And I don't want you to have it. Why did I suddenly feel cold? A common shirt. This door is closing automatically? Why? It's freaking me out. Oh. I moved so quickly that I kept passing the exit. Yay. Lightsaber. Maybe if I had stolen his armor, there would have been something that would have happened. Ugh. Hello again. It'll be time to continue my travels soon.
I have a feeling that you and I are about to become very close.
Ew. I like to gore. Oh, Serrano Ancestral Tomb. Is this where we got that helm? The Serrano helm? I mean, it feels creepy. I think that's where we got the helm. But my memory never serves me well, so... Hey, where's my golden saint? Where did she go? Okay. We'll get two. We can't break the game with two, right? Right? Ah, but they can Lydia me. Okay, the door's broken now. Okay, that's weird. Just one. Just one of each arrow. They don't have any Are they literally just standing there? They're like, what? There's no reason. Is this why? Is this why we can't open doors? Because you guys are in the way? Ooh. Book of Life and Service. Ranks of the blessed. Blessed are the bonemen, for they serve without self, in spirit forever. Yeah, that's kind of forced to. Blessed are the mist men, for they bend in the glory of the transcendent spirit. Blessed are the wrathmen, for they render their rage unto the ages. Blessed are the masters, for they bridge the past and span the future. The litany of service, the boneman's oath. They have an oath? we die. We pray. To live, we serve. The master's voice. You swore to serve your lord. Wow. Profound. How distressing. Okay. Hey! Where's our golden saints? Are you guys stuck here forever? Can they not go through, like, doors like that? Ah. Well, unfortunately, ladies, you are of no more use to me if you can't go through the door. Sorry. I had to make some use of you for you. You moved too fast for them. Yeah. I was wondering if that would be partially a problem. Whoa, this is the first time they've stayed like this. Ebony spear? Wait a second. The last times we were soul trapping them, what was it, Rip? You said that they stay. They don't disappear. Which, to be quite honest, for me, they were disappearing. No, that's not true because I was casting Golden Saint. I wasn't using the soul trap one, was I? What? Wow. Okay, they do stay. They do stay. And that's crazy, and I don't know what to do with that. They have to be very close to you to go through the door. I can keep you as a pet forever. Wait a minute. Please tell me it went in the petty soul gem. Oh, thank goodness. I was like, it better not have gone in the grand soul gem. You were casting them normally, that's why they disappeared. But when we soul trap cast them, they... Whoa, that is a broken way to make some money. Just gotta be quick. Oh wow, they like disintegrated in front of me. I wonder if there's like a... Like as they're disintegrating, there's like an activate point. I didn't catch that. Adrenerman. Wait. Adrenameran. Adrenameran. Ooh, I don't think I've ever been in here. Maybe I have. That first door was open. I used to farm all the Daedric weapons that way as a kid. Jeez. That's smart. Oh no, we're under 500k. I'm mad about that. Ooh, skooma. What's that? 36 lessons of Vivek's sermon. 16? The Hortator wandered through the morning hold, wrestling with the lessons he had learned. They were slippery in his mind. He could not always keep the words straight, and knew that this was a danger. Wow. Whoa, he could not keep the words straight and knew that this was a danger. He wandered to find Vivek, his lord and master, the glory of the image of Veloth, and found him, of all places, in the temple of false thinking. There, clockwork shears were taking off Vivek's hair. A beggar king had brought his loom and was making of the hair an incomplete map of adulthood and death. So adulting, the map of adulting is made by Vivek's hair. Nerevar said, "Why are you doing this, my lord?" Vivek said, "To make room for the fire." And the Hortator could see that Vivek was out of sorts. Though not because of the impending new power to come, the Golden Warrior poet had been exercising his water face as well. Learned from the dregs before he was born, and Nerevar said, "Is this to keep you from the fire?" Vivek said, "It is so that I may see with truth." Is that why he's like half and half? Money is simple in Morrowind. Loot has value. Soul trapping creatures pays well. Alchemy is completely busted pathway to wealth. I used golden sates to farm Daedric tower shields. That ooh. Oh man. Yeah, she had a not a Daedric one, but she had like a dragon scale one. Or whatever it's called. She had the tower. Those shields look really cool. Vivek said, "It is so that I may see the truth, and my place here at the altar of Padhome in the house of false thinking serves so that I may see beyond my own secrets. The water face cannot lie. It comes from the ocean, which is too busy to think, much less lie. Moving water resembles truth by its trembling." Nerevar said, "I am afraid to become slipshod in my thinking." Vivek said, "Reach heaven by violence, then." Oh, this is very twisty, the way they're talking. The definition of slipshod is typically of a person or method of work characterized by a lack of care, thought, or organization. So, to quiet his mind, the Hortador chose from the fight racks an axe. He named it and moved on to the first moon. There, Nerevar was greeted by the Parliament of Craters, who knew him by title and resented his presence, for he was to be a ruling king of Earth, and this was the lunar realm. They shifted around him a pattern of entrapment. They shifted around him a pattern of entrapment. The moon does not recognize crowns or scepters, they said, nor the representatives of kingdoms below. Lion or serpent or mathematician, we are the graves of those that have migrated and become ancient countries. We seek no queens or thrones. Your appearance is decidedly solar, which is to say, a library of stolen ideas. We are neither tear nor sorrow. Our revolution succeeded in the manner that it was written. You are the Hortador and unwelcome here. They used to be the Chimer, until Lazur cursed them and turned their eyes red and skin to ash, now the Dunmer. Vivek retains his half Chimer, half Dunmer appearance. Oh, reach heaven by violence. The kingdom of heaven suffers violence. The violent take it by force. And so Nerevar carved at the grave ghosts until he was out of breath, and their parliament could make no new laws. He said, "I am not of the slaves that perish. Of the members of parliament, only a few survived the Hortator's attack." A surviving crater said, "Appropriation is nothing new. Everything happens of itself. This motif is by no means unassociated with hero myths. You have not acted with a creative impulse." Wow. He starts killing them and then he's like, that wasn't original. Happens of itself. This motif is by no means unassociated with hero myths. You have not activated with creative impulse. You fall below the weight of destiny. We are graves but not coffins. Know the difference. Wow. The attitude that comes with this. You have only dug more and supplied no ghosts to reside within. Central to your claim is the predominance of frail events. To be judged by the earth is to sit on a throne of wonder why. Damage us more and you will find naught but the absence of our dead. The ending of the words is Almsivy. Wow. Well, that was intense. Not my words, Book of Matthew. Blame my upbringing. I can't read half of the lore book, Sermons of Vivek, without seeing the source material beneath it. That's amazing. That's really cool. Ooh, it's trapped, finally. This feels so down to earth. I actually have to, like, untrap and unlock something. Yeah, I would read it and think, that's the Proverbs, that's Romans, that's Matthew. Nice. I clearly don't know my source material well enough. I think that's what gives it so much realism, too. Is just using the foundation of something that has been impactful over time and using that to make your thing more realistic.
What can I help you with?
Well, you don't like me enough, so that's not cool. I was walking along here minding my own business. Suddenly a bandit jumped at me from behind. He was a dark elf, a strong, dashing dark elf. He didn't harm me in any way, although he did take my jewels. He was quite gentle and he did talk to me for what seemed like forever. That makes it better. They don't put this much effort into games anymore. Yeah. The writing, man. The writing. Where is this dashing dark elf? Where did he go? Laren ancestral tomb. Hold up. Hold up. Do my bidding. I mean, I recognize. Whoa! Trapdoor! That was cool, but doesn't affect me. I have levitate. Unless if it closes, in which case we're screwed. I don't think I realized that they had trapdoor, like invisible trapdoors like that. Oh! Like, that's it? You could just walk up the trapdoor right here? Well, that's not much of a consequence, then. Kinda wish I recognized this stuff faster. I'm not that great with the memorization. My brain doesn't hold on to stuff enough. Effective psychological torture. Yeah, if you take something that you really think is going to benefit somebody that you care about, especially a mini-human, and you apply it in a way that makes them despise it, not really effective influence. Good news is that form of punishment trained my head to retain information. Well, I wish I could do that. Definitely don't retain things very well. Okay, so we I will be right back. I need to go deal with the situation. We gotta lock this up. Or unlock this. What am I talking about? Alrighty, so let's see. Got a little more. Got a little more. This is the last. Is this the last time I'm gonna say this? I just got some more Cliff Racer energy. Is this the last time? I'm so sad now. Okay. That hit a little hard. My heart hurts. Yeah, Ducey, open this door, man. Little spell has a target, but can't open it. What's up with the doors not open? Oh, I was in the way. Man, I love that I'm at the place right now where I'm not fighting him. Wait, can you? Can I? I will probe you. Okay, sorry. Sorry, guys. Deal with him. Messenger scroll. Did you see that? I walked so fast, I flew right over the trap door. Are you joking? Alumusa. Ulumusa. 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 It's Ulamusa, not Ulamosa. Whoa. Pretty. They were working hard in here. Finally. Ah, what a way to end it. Man, all the butt pats. Huh, what's this? Oh, this is where we got the Velothi helm. I thought so. Nice. The homilies of Blessed Almalexia. Sothasil and the Scribs. Young Sothasil, while playing in the egg mine, saw a number of Scribs in a deep shaft. He began to cast stones upon them, snickering as they skittered and scattered, until one of the Scribs, lifting its head up in agony, cried out to Sothasil, "Please, please, have mercy, little boy, for what is sport to you is suffering and death to us." What a horrible... It was a kid. It was a kid. Are there any bits of dialogue, random or from the quest, which stick out in your mind? I don't know. My favorite was from the orc trainer in the Moragtong Guild of Vivek. You may speak to me without fear. My anger is reserved for the foolish. Ooh, I like that. I think there's very few things like that that I'll actually remember that will stick in my mind where any retention is to be found. One of the things was like some of the stuff that stuck with us as like just little inside jokes. Like this was in Oblivion though, is when the lady, I don't know if she was Mages Guild, called us instead of saying you're so basic, she said you're a conventional soul. I was like, oh, lady had like Shakespearean disses. It was great. Oh, you're such a conventional soul. Like, oh, ooh. I mean, what a grand and intoxicating innocence is a classic. I remember that one because you've quoted it so many times, and it's such an excellent quote. So let's see. So the Sill, bratty little dude, throwing stones at the Scribs who could totally, you know, paralyze him, but they're down. He's throwing stones downward at them. They're in like some deep hole in a mine, in the one of the egg mines. And so Sothasil discovered that the idle of amusements of one may be the solemn tortures of another. Wow, what a story. Lord Vivek and the contentious beasts. A shock and a Kagudi were strutting back and forth in a foyada, casting aspersions of one another's looks. You are the ugliest creature alive, the shock told the Kagudi. No, you are the ugliest creature alive. The Kagudi told the shock, for each thought himself most handsome and the other most ugly. Then Lord Vivek chanced by and settled their dispute. No, you both are the ugliest creatures alive, and I will not have my pleasant sojourn spoiled by your unseemly squabbling. So he dealt with them both mighty blows, shattering their skulls and silencing their argument, and went merrily upon his way. And thus Lord Vivek proved. That's a heavy... Oh, really? He proved that ugliness is as much in one's manner as in one's appearance. He proved it by killing creatures instead of... That's not proof. That's just violence. That is the opposite of proof. The boiled Kagudi. It is said that if a Kagudi steps into a boiling pool, he will leap out immediately to avoid harm. But... This is the boiling the frog thing. But if the Kagudi is standing in a pool... and a wizard slowly raises the temperature measure by measure to boiling, the Kagudi will calmly stand in place until he is boiled. Thus we see that we must be alert not only to the obvious danger, but also to the subtle degree by which change may result in danger. Ah. Oh, the wisdom! I love those quotes though. What a grand and intoxicating. This would be a good place to get some quotes for our quote list. I don't know. Actions speak louder than words. Violence is a form of debate. The handmaiden from KOTOR 2 would agree. It depends on what you're debating. It's either the opposite of debate or it is the debate. For instance, if you're trying to determine the truth of a thing, and the thing has nothing to do with your strength or skill or anything else, is the sky blue? No, it's purple. No, it's blue. And then pull a, I was gonna say Han Solo shoots first move, but like in Indiana Jones where he just shoots him. It's like, well, that doesn't mean anything. That is no debate. It determines no truth. Although history is written by the victors, so you can write your own version of truth, but of course, as we know, your truth is not the truth. Now, I know disputes can be handled with aggression, you know, with some, like, when you can't come to a logical, when you're at a logical impasse, you can use a physical form of debate. Yeah, Victor is such a, Victor is such a crap author. Ugh, I hate Victor. The dubious healer. Once upon a time, a Telvanni issued forth from his tower and proclaimed to all the world that he was a mighty and learned healer, master of all alchemy and potions, and able to cure all diseases. Lord Vivek looked upon this wizard and listened to his boasting, then asked him, "How can you pretend to prescribe for others the cure to all diseases, when you are unable to cure yourself of your own manifest arrogance and foolishness?" That also does not make sense. I feel like Vivek is such a great example of faux intellectualism. Like when you're like when you're able to articulate yourself well, and you have, like, it's almost like you think of the kid who just came out of college and is like, knows how to talk a big talk but has no practical, like, life experience. That's what Vivek comes off as to me. Like, he's like trying to sound so profound and he's missing the point most of the time, where he could really address that. Like, he is making a point, but the guy could just be a really good healer that's a bit self-obsessed. Like, I don't know. Vivek comes off to me as like, yeah. Well, I mean, they are false gods, yeah. I feel like they do an excellent job in this game of really illustrating that, not just by saying it. Whereas, like, the newer games, they just say it. But in this game, they're giving you so many, like, very, like, almost visceral, like, the stories really communicate it in their demeanor, which takes time. It takes good writing. Like, you're like, ooh, I dislike this guy so much. The Gwar and the mud crabs. The Gwar were so tormented by the other creatures they did not know where to go. As soon as they saw a single beast approach them, off they dashed in terror. One day they saw a pack of nixhounds ranging about, and in a desperate panic all the Gwar scuttled off toward the sea, determined to drown themselves rather than live in such a continual state of fear. But just as they got near the shoreline, a colony of mud crabs, frightened in their turn by the approaching of the Gwar, scuttled off and threw themselves into the water. "Truly," said one of the Gwar, "things are not so bad as they seem, for there is always someone worse off than you." Wow, the wounded Netch. I like these little tales. This feels like the Aesop's Fables. I was reading through Aesop's Fables, and I really enjoy them. And the book I have is very well illustrated too, so I really like the artwork in it. This feels like Morrowind's take on Aesop's Fables, or like version. Vivek is also portrayed as a poet. A bit of pretension in his demeanor is expected. Yeah, there is poetry and clear and educated, like accurate articulation of what you want to say. Like, that is a tool and a weapon that is so powerful in the hands of someone who's actually wise. But when it's in the hands of someone who's foolish, it is so grating and annoying. No, you could be annoyed by what someone's saying and not yourself be wise. Like, you could be somebody who's foolish yourself, but you can recognize foolishness as well. Like, I'm not the wisest person in the world, but I can recognize wisdom and foolishness. It's kind of like being, like, I'm a terrible singer, but I can recognize when someone's voice sounds beautiful, at least to me, and when it sounds terrible. Because I'm like, I'm one of you, man. I'm not a great singer. They also resemble Zen koans. Zen koans, I'm not familiar with that term. Zen, let's look that up. Zen koans. That's another thing about the way you're raised. When you're raised to be punished when you're wrong, you never feel safe to, like, figure out how to be right. Zen koans are paradoxical or seemingly nonsensical statements or questions used in Zen practice to transcend conventional thinking and provoke direct insight into reality. That already on the baseline, because I don't know them, but they do sound like one of those things that could be either incredibly annoying or incredibly profound. They often appear paradoxical or nonsensical, such as the famous koan, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" That's funny. Is it just to, like, kind of like instigate thought? It's a catalyst for insight, much like a legal case challenges interpretation and understanding. That's interesting. I kind of like that. It seems like a funny joke, too. Well, yeah, poetry in the hands of a fool will deliver something like, wow. Well, I mean, if you... Okay, so take something like that. I agree with that. But then take something that sounds really good and really wise and intellectual, but you can... It's almost like the modern, like the podcasters of the day. There's a lot of those people who are holding incredible knowledge, but they have no practical... They have no wisdom with which to, like, apply any of it. So you listen to them, and on, like, first glance, you're like, oh, wow, they really have some great thoughts, great answers to questions. I really am enjoying it. But you go farther and farther, and you realize that parroting is the first part. I don't have any problem with parroting as you're learning. But when it gets to the point where you're like, oh, they're doing nothing but parroting, they really have no deeper wisdom beyond these things that they're copying. And you're like, oh, it's annoying. I love that this game wasn't fully voice acted. Lengthy, detailed dialogue and story writing leaves a lot of room for the imagination to roam. Uh-oh, sending Nerdy down the Zen koan rabbit hole. I am not ashamed. Yeah, the purpose is to get you to shed your typical manner of thinking. Okay, I could see that. I think because I'm not familiar with these, like, older versions of it, like the deeper versions of this, something like, you know, Zen koans, I'm mostly familiar with young people trying to be profound. And they're like, mind blown, man. And you're like, it's not that interesting. I don't know what you're saying. Does a dog have a Buddha nature? Show me your original face before your parents were born. What? Yeah, those are interesting. Those are very cool. The Wounded Netch. Wait a minute. Okay, I don't think we read the Wounded Netch. Okay. It's like the, what was it? The goat and the fox? Like the goat, once he's safe, he's teasing the fox, and then all of a sudden he's not safe anymore, and he's like, ah! Like, it's easy to mock when you're from a place of safety, but not viewing yourself accurately. A wounded netch lay. That's what we gotta do. We gotta just sit here and, like, yeah. This is where book club comes in. I would love to read the Aesop's Fables and, like, read these. I'm enjoying this. A wounded netch lay himself down in a quiet corner of its feeding ground. His healthy companions came in great numbers to inquire after his health. Yet each one helped himself to a share of the fodder which had been placed there for his use. So that poor netch died, not from his wounds, but from the greed and carelessness of his erstwhile. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is forcing you to look up words, too. Erstwhile is primarily used as an adjective, as we see in context, and then the answer disappeared. Why did it disappear? That's so annoying. Let's do that again. It gave me an answer and then the page went blank. Define it. Okay. Erstwhile has been part of England. Okay. Er means before. And while... While early... Okay, so those who were his friends, essentially. But from the greed and carelessness of his erstwhile friends. And so it is clear that thoughtless companions may bring more harm than help. Wow. The keyboard warrior goat. If you want your mind blown in a good way, look up the old versions of fairy tales before they were scrubbed to make them more palatable for the modern audience. I would like to read some of them sound very interesting. I have heard of some stories that were kind of fitted to have more of a moral to them, which I can kind of understand. Whereas like if you like the originals kind of were just really dark. But then some other ones that were, and I haven't really looked into, I haven't like gone back and like read a lot of these, especially if you're talking like Disney and stuff. A lot of them that had like there's two categories. It seems like the ones that were just like had a lot of crazy things going on and they were simplified to have like a more direct moral. And then there were ones that like had a deep moral and they were just kind of like princess washed into this sparkly story, and you're like, well, but there was a moral to it. Morrowind was the reason I did well with reading a vocabulary as a kid. LOL, only time I enjoyed reading. That's amazing. I would love to read the old fairy tales, yeah. Read some Mother Goose and Grimm. I want to keep this book. I really like this book. It's probably one of the ones I've enjoyed reading the most so far. There's someone leading children. Ooh, Sermon 15. You have gained knowledge from this book. Your unarmed skill is increased to 56. Oh, thank goodness. These were the days of Resdania, when Keimer and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almsivi and their champion, the Hortator. Wait, was Vivek just their champion? Nerevar just their champion? Because he didn't... that doesn't make sense. Because he saw them become gods and he was like, nah, that's not good, and they killed them. When the gods of Veloth would retreat unto their own to mold the cosmos and other matters, the Hortador would at times become confused. Vivek would always be there to advise him, and this is the third of the 3 lessons of the ruling kings. The ruling king will remove me, his maker. This is the way of all children. His greatest enemy is the Sharmet, who is the false dreamer. You or he is the shingle, Hortator. You or he is the shingle, Hortator. Beware the wrong walking path. Beware the crime of benevolence. Behold him by his words. I am the Sharmet. I am older than music. What I bring is light. What I bring is a star. What I bring is an ancient sea. When you sleep, you see me dancing at the core. It is not a blight. It is my house. I put a star into the world's mouth to murder it. Tear down the pylons. My blind fish swim in the new. Phlogiston. Tear down the pylons. My deaf moons sing and burn and orbit me. I am older than music. What I bring is light. What I bring is a star. What I bring is an ancient sea. Whoa. Your instincts that it isn't right are correct. Remember, all the Almsivi temple lore is just their state-approved propaganda. And so she spent an hour reading dusty tomes in an old tomb. Classic core Morrowind moment. Oblivion and Skyrim never gave me the same level of immersion. I've sat and read a couple of them, but man, like, yeah, this is really drawing me in a unique way. Many of these are very well written. Because some of the ones in Oblivion, there are some funny ones, there's some good ones. And I don't think Skyrim, I don't know if I ever took the time to read a lot of Skyrim books. I know a lot of them are duplicate, like Paula is in Skyrim. If we don't see Ryan and Wiki today, we will read Paula towards the end maybe, and I will make sure to like post it. I'm going to post it. Apart from like the I love that. Dusty tomes in an old tomb. Okay, wait, let's finish this. Yeah, I'll make sure to post it as a separate little, like, short or something, and I'll tag Ryan and Wiki in it. Because we finally got to it. And we can read it when we get into Skyrim, too. Because there is a volume... I don't know volume 1 and 2... Like, is the second one in Skyrim? I don't know. Much of the old lore comes from Michael Kirkbride. That boy was a neurodivergent thinker before the term became popularized. Oh man, I saw this really funny video, by the way. It was talking about, like, you kids nowadays with all your ADHD and autism or whatever. He was, oh, like, that never used to exist. And then, like, they turn around and look at, like, their uncle and their mom and their, like, grandparent. And they're, like, spacing out on, like, casting a light on the wall. And they're like, are you sure? They're like, got their hyperfixations and super quiet. I'm like, yeah, I just don't think, like, I have some things, quirks about me, and I'm not, like, intent on necessarily labeling all of them, but I will tell you, as I've really assessed my family, I'm like, oh, I see where this came from. Like, I see it, I get it. I was just like, I think I was just a combination of my parents. And it kind of turned into, like, a much more difficult thing to deal with. But it was just funny. Kirkbride is an absolute legend. I love his artwork and sketches from the development of Morrowind. See, what I think would have been really cool would have been, like, my hyperactive, uncontrolled imagination. Like, if I could have done more, like, when I was young. What would have been really cool would be to have been, like apprenticed to people who were in the arts. That would have been cool. People who were writers, specifically, and art, and like on, artists of different mediums. That would have been cool. To come alongside those people and just fully dive into stuff. That would have been amazing. You alone, though, you can come again and again, can unmake him. Oh, you alone, though you come again and again, can unmake him. Whether I allow it is within my wisdom. Go unarmed to his den with these words of power. A Gartok Padom Chim. A Altadun. Or do not. The temporal myth is man. Reach heaven by violence. This magic I give you, the world you will rule, is only an intermittent hope, and you must be the letter written in uncertainty. The ending of the words is Almsivi. Wow. What a sermon. And it's crazy, though, although it is propagandized, it's also really, you could still see through some of it. It's very well done. Kirkbride is an absolute legend. I love his artwork and sketches from the development of Morrowind. You can still apprentice with great writers. It's called reading. Wow. That is such a good point, though. I remember reading, getting into C.S. Lewis, and just the way... I mean, I had decent vocabulary, but, like, you can know big words, but not necessarily know how to speak and articulate well. And I remember in my writing and in my speaking, how it changed with the deeper study of his work. And I just enjoy the way he speaks. Because you can have someone that's highly intellectual who speaks all the big words and explain things in complex ways, and there's some quote that basically, like, somebody's intelligent when they're able to teach something to the effect of, like, teach it to a child. When you know your content so well that you can explain it in a way that anyone can understand it, it's like, that's when you know you truly understand. Because you're not just parroting all the big words you've heard in the past. I think we just made a big circle. Oh, we did. We came back up from the pit, where we found our Almsivi book, or our Almalexia book. That was cool. Yeah, I need to get back into reading more. I mean, audiobooks are great. I think listening is a big part of it. Is hearing the words and hearing the way information and story is communicated. But then I think just the next level is getting to actually have the time to sit and like read a book, which I want to do more of, but if the time like disintegrates. That was a great book. I'm so glad we went into that random tomb. That was really good. I can also understand why people have a deeper understanding of this game and are able to hold on to all the details, to all the complexity. I really have struggled with that, but because of how deep the book is, it just like embeds itself into your psyche. That's a two-edged sword though. Some concepts can only be broken down to a certain point. They require a person at least to at least have a lexicon with which will grant them familiarity with an idea. The one thing I've seen is that, and this has come up more as a topic, which I'm so glad that we've finally gotten to this point, is people acknowledging that everybody has opinions about everything, but they don't know anything about anything. They just have decided they have really strong opinions. And it's like, and they think they can speak on things just because they have an emotion, but it's because their true understanding is so shallow. And maybe I'm speaking from a place of just where we're at right now, is a bunch of people speaking in a very seemingly intellectual way about things that they're not the professional on. And it's just getting annoying. And when you first learn something, you can say all the big words when you first learn it. Like I said, like the kid straight out of college, speaking with all their big sentences. But if they tried to explain concepts to somebody who hadn't already learned and kind of memorized and parroted the big ways of explaining it, like they don't understand the concept deep enough to break it down. You need to be able to like go beyond the simple explanation. But if you can't explain things in a simple way, then it's like you need to like experience more, I feel like. I don't know. I think it's just now everybody has a, well, I enjoy podcasts, by the way, a lot, but everybody has a podcast now. Everybody's a professional. Everybody's everything now. And it's just like, what it turns into is one person thinks they know what they're talking about, and then another person gets their information from them. So then they talk like they know what they're talking about, and then another person gets their information from them. And it just turns into everybody parroting each other, but none of them are professional. It's just an oversaturation of the market. But yeah, that is true though. I think most concepts can be broken down to a very simple level, but you can only truly understand it as your understanding deepens. Like you can only, certain things can only be broken down so far, but well, people forget that two people can both know their subject and completely disagree. That's the other thing. Like, people think, like, oh, I watched enough YouTube videos, I know this subject backwards and front, and I've learned the secrets to the universe. And it's like, you do realize that people who know a million times more than you, who have a million times more experience than you, still disagree. Which means you are only parroting what you have been told, not what you deeply experientially understand. Not that you need to have, not that experience is king all the time, but in a world of infinite access to so much knowledge, I think we delude ourselves into thinking that we truly understand things that we don't. And I've been wrong enough times to have a much more open mind with subjects that I study. Because I'm like, no, I've seen myself fully convinced and fully understanding a topic, but not understanding the other side enough to know why I could be wrong. You learn this, Mr. Nerdy and I learned this when we would listen to debates, especially by like medical professionals, and they would argue a point. Let's just say on like the dietary system, what we should be eating. And they explain, well, this is why, this, this. And you're like, wow, man, that guy's dead right. Everything he's saying makes so much sense. Not that we would know. We don't conduct experiments in our room, like in our backyard. I don't know. Like we don't practically know any of this stuff. We're just listening to someone who sounds like they make sense. And then we listen to the next debate, and they're like, given everything the last guy said, everything's accurate, but he's not including this one function of the liver, which negates everything he just said, and means we need this. And you're like, wow, that totally makes sense. Kind of falls in line with some of the stuff I've experienced in life. That makes sense. And then you listen to the next debate, and on it goes. But what he didn't include was this detail. And you're like, oh my gosh. Like, and then I think we very quickly, not quickly enough, after years of this, we realized, oh, the next person is right. And then when the next person has a new discovery, that person's right. And then when the next person has the next discovery, and it's like, it never ends. It never ends. I feel like I'm ready to delete Coffee Jump. This hurts me. This has been our friend throughout the last couple streams. Ah! No! Whoa! Whoa, we skipped over that whole section. I thought we were gonna land there. Wow. I don't know why I'm afraid of a Daedric shrine anymore. I shouldn't be. Whoa, that was the perfect time. Exactly at the lightning strike. That's how science works. It adds to itself and hopefully corrects itself. And I think also once you hit a conclusion, you realize this conclusion is going to be debunked. And then once I have that new conclusion, that will be debunked. And then I realize I'm like, oh, maybe balance is just the way to deal with this. Maybe just being a little bit balanced. And actually take the time to experiment with yourself. If you don't feel great, and you have some log of what you've been eating, and you're like, ooh, I don't feel great after eating that. Or that in combination with that. Then record that and see if eliminating certain things or adding certain things helps. I don't know. Maybe Socrates was right. I only know that I know nothing. Yeah. I feel like I hit that point a couple years ago, where I was like, I think that's all I know. The only thing I know for sure is that I don't know. And that's why I don't hold anything too tightly. The only thing is that turns into a new debate of why somebody shouldn't hold something so tightly. So that's the only problem with that. Because then you'll get in conversations with people that hold things a little too tightly, and they think, hey, because you're not willing to make a decision about this topic, you must have no backbone. You must not believe in absolute truth. And it's like, no, I believe in absolute truth. I just don't believe in my ability to perceive absolute truth absolutely correctly all the time. Especially when it comes to unimportant things like diet. It's like, okay, that's going to constantly change. Wow, since when have we had to walk through a door and not just jump over it? That was weird. I wear a shirt. It's a pie graph drawn over a distant galaxy. 1% sliver is labeled the ish you know. And 2 to 3% is labeled ish you don't know. The rest is labeled you don't know. Oh, I took a class. It was like one of those it's like one of those more college level classes that you take in high school. And it was like philosophy, history, what was it? It was multiple things. I think it was philosophy, history, writing, reading, or whatever. It was a combination class. And they're basically saying the one thing that you will learn through this is that by the end of this class, you will feel a whole lot dumber. And all of us were like, that's the most ridiculous thing we've ever heard. We're going to be intellectuals and we're going to look down our nose at people. And it's like, no. If you don't come out of this class feeling a lot dumber, I have not done my job. Because the more you know, what is it that you can't fit the heavens into your head, but you can reach your head into the heavens, and then you realize the vastness of what you don't know. Like when you actually when you actually learn things, you feel dumber and dumber and dumber as you go, because you're like, I didn't realize the world was this big. I didn't understand the amount of things I don't know. And that was so true. That, like, the more we learned, like, and we can pretend to be all intellectual all we wanted, but it really quickly turned into, oh, wow, we are dumb. Like we didn't, like, it was a very, educational, but it was a good way of humbling ourselves, was to learn more and more and more without, you know, getting big-headed about it. I love that shirt, though. That's funny. I only know that I don't know. We are going to take a brief break right now. I'm going to hope Rhino Wiki comes in. And if not, we'll make a little clip for him. Yeah, this has been good. This has been really good. We could do a couple more things. We could do some enchants, but obviously with these permanent effects and with the knowledge that I have now, thank you, Rip, for knowing that, and Anderson, that I know that after, oh, I think also Invictus, that jump no longer causes damage at a certain point of acrobatics, which is crazy. So slow fall, our jumps are definitely way better, and you could see it. But yeah, this is really good. If there's anything else we want to do, we can do it. I'm enjoying adventuring and just going through different mines and places. But we can also go... I was even thinking, I was like, we could do some Mage's Guild, but I'm like, I don't even remember where in my journal that stuff is. Artifact hunting? Artifact hunting. Ooh, as a matter of fact, let's look for artifacts. We could do that. Now that our inventory space is actually somewhat better. Yes, let's do it. Let's ponder on this. Get your caffeine or your H2O, whatever you're into. Stretch! And we'll be right back. Why, hello. Wait, who are these guys? Oh, I remember this place. A raw glass miner? So pretty. Whoa, there's a lot of unaccompanied raw glass in here. Why am I not in it? Ew, bummer. Oh. So many people. Gone were the days of wandering immediately out of the starting location and happening upon an artifact by chance which granted a pouts. I am not invisible anywhere I go. Bummer. Gone were the days of rows and rows of cliff races to accompany us on our travels. Mr. Anderson said it's a good thing to leave some quest lines untouched. You will still have new things in your second playthrough. That's one reason I haven't revisited Skyrim in 8 years. I spent multiple hundreds of hours turning that place inside out looking for Morrowind style secrets and Easter eggs. Ah. Oh, wow, he just... Is it supposed to be an eye? What is it supposed to be? Oh, the lock is on the top. That's interesting. Okay. Or is it because I had unlocked it already? Ooh. Critical damage? I don't think I've ever seen that pop up. That had like a little zap sound to it. What was up with that? What even is that? Zalkin Sul Egg Mine. Ooh! Wow, these are nasty looking. I don't know why, but this is giving me KOTOR vibes. Why is it so red in here? Ah! Ah! Nightmare fuel. What is that? What is that? No, I need to know. Mama cuddle. Mama cuddle. What is that freakishly disgusting thing? Is that like a queen? Like if we were to destroy it, would it stop laying eggs and there'd be no more mom ever again? This is incredibly creepy. What on earth? Okay. I'm gonna be honest. Wanna know what would happen. Like, would it really be so bad if we just got rid of her? What would happen? We just get like 100 eggs? Is this wrong? Yeah, I had the same experience. Played Oblivion and Skyrim to completion in a single playthrough and never played again. The one thing I rarely did all the guilds. By the time I loved making new characters so much that oftentimes I would make a new one before I'd finished everything. Played each game for like 600 to 1,000 hours and that was it. Oh, that's a bummer. You've never seen a queen before? It's possible. Now going into a queen's lair in Egg Mine is like the second quest in the Fighters Guild sends you to take care of. Also occurs in the Legion quest line. Should we just go back to the Fighters Guild then? Since I'm virtually indestructible. Better not speak too soon. Ooh! Wrong direction. No, don't face to the floor right now. No, 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 no! Ugh. The first time I did that on purpose was in Fallout 3 to get in the Brotherhood of Steel lair for some type of hack or cheat or something like that. Oh, don't do them now. Save them for another run through. Ah, I respect that. Leave something in the tank box, Pandora. Fine. Jeez. Actually, that's a very that's wisdom though.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
I'm enjoying this while eating my snack. You think she's annoyed by me yet? The Thieves Guild is one of the best quest lines in the game, and I'm glad you haven't touched it. Oh. Not gonna lie, I'm definitely gonna be using some exploits next playthrough. But not doing the quests after I get to like this point though, because that'd be ridiculous. I do want to still enjoy the quests. Nice. Oh. Then why not? How about this? I'll drop it right in your shop. Will you be offended by that? There. Does that make you happy? Huh.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
Really? Huh. Does not seem worth it. You can get a second manor if you haven't joined House Lalu. Are you serious? Even after the questline's done? There's a glitch with one of the NPCs. Once you're a hoarder of all the houses, you can get that NPC to promote you to until you are Guildmaster of Lalu, and you will be able to build that manor. Oh! That sounds like fun. So what would our next house be if we did this again? House Lalu? House Telvanni, maybe? Hmm. Oh, oops, this is constant effect. You could have a constant effect invisibility in 41 feet on self. Wow. That's beautiful. Oh, interesting. So the ring can hold more than the belt can. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, I would love to get all the manors. That'd be cool. Also getting a house early enough that we're not using multiple houses. I wonder which one is more effective. Jump or acrobatics. Like which is going to increase your jump? Enchantment 1 of 3. Wait, it counts as more of an... Wait, what? What does that mean, enchantment 3 of 3? Huh. Okay. Ooh! Okay. Marstar, how's it going? You can just kill any Telvanni wizard and take their tower as your own. Yes. I like this, the Vivek way of dealing with things. How do we not have Restore Magicka? Yeah, that's why I was thinking the pauldrons could be like throwaway. Kind of just to add a little spice onto it. I think the highest ones are like the Nordic Guard ones from Solstheim, but it's only like 7 enchant. That's crazy. Can you get a Restore Magicka
good company,
spell?
friend.
How may I
Welcome.
help you?
Huh. Wait, cure common disease on other? And that doesn't work on scribs? Why not? Ooh. The House of Troubles. Among the ancient ancestral spirits who accompanied Saint Veloth and the Chimer into the promised land of Morrowind, the four Daedra lords, Malakath, Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, and Sheogorath, are known as the Four Corners of the House of Troubles. These Daedra lords rebelled against the council and admonition of the tribunal, causing great kinstrife and confusion among the clans and great houses. Kinstrife. I would assume that means like internal, like infighting, internal strife. Let's look it up. No, not define the game. Just define the word. Kinstrife was a disastrous civil war in Gondor. That is good to know. But I just want to know the word. Conflict or struggle among kin or relatives. Okay, that makes sense. Conflict or struggle among kin or relatives. Among relatives, I guess. Causing great kinstrife and confusion among the clans and great houses. Malakath, Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, and Sheogorath are holy in that they serve the role of obstacles during the testing. Through time, they have sometimes become associated with local enemies, like the Nords, Akaviri, or mountain orcs. Malakath is the reanimated dung that was Trinimac. Why did they have to say dung? Malakath is a weak but vengeful god. The Dark Elves say he is Malak, the god king of the orcs. He tests the Dunmer for physical weakness. Molag Bal is, in Morrowind, the king of... Wow! Or as YouTube would want us to say, the king of grape. He tries to upset the bloodlines of houses and otherwise ruin the Dunmer gene pool. A race of monsters said to live in Molag Amur are the result of his seduction of Vivek during the previous era. What? Say what now? Sheogorath is the king of madness. He always tests the Dunmer for mental weakness. In many legends, he is called upon by one Dunmer faction against another. In half of these stories, he does not betray those who called him, further confusing the issue of his place in the scheme of things. Can he help us? Is he not an obstacle? He is often associated with the fear of other races, he's often associated with the fear other races have of the Dunmer, especially those who, like the Empire, might prove as useful allies. Mehrunes Dagon is the god of destruction. He is associated with natural disasters like fire, earthquakes, and floods. Sometimes he represents the inhospitable land of Morrowind. He tests the Dunmer will to survive and persevere. The worship of these four malevolent spirits is against the law and practice of the temple. However, the Four Corners seldom fail to discover those greedy, reckless, or mad enough to serve them. By ancient temple law and custom, and also by imperial law, the lives of witches and warlocks are forfeit, and imperial garrisons join ordinators and buoyant armigers of the temple in tracking down and destroying these foul covens in the wilderness refuges and ancient ruins where they conceal their profane worships. I think it's very interesting, like in Oblivion and here, that there are these covens, these groups of people, priests or monks, that worship these gods like they are dedicated to the worship of these like Daedra. And you're some rando that wanders around, gets a very important job done that they want you to do, and then you move on your way. But like they had dedicated followers this whole time that could have done those things. And they wait for some like random adventure to come around and actually do what they want. Like, oh, finally someone powerful enough.
Warmly greeted, friend. Welcome.
Yeah, don't worship the Daedra. Worship these imposter gods of ours instead. Makes sense. We shine our shoes and comb our hair. Worship us. where were
I am
you?
never too busy
Dragon
for a
broke?
good talk.
I thought I was gonna say, where were you when the dragon broke? Oh, that is what it's called. Where were you when the dragon broke? After this, we'll read Paula for Rhino Wiki. Corax, Cyrodiil, Elder Council. No one understands what happened when the Selectives danced on that tower. It would be easy to dismiss the whole matter as nonsense were it not for the Amulet of Kings. Whoa! Amulet of Kings? Even the Elder Scrolls do not mention it. Let me correct myself. The Elder Scrolls cannot mention it. When the Moth Priests attune the scrolls to the timeless time, their glyphs always disappear. The Amulet of Kings, however, with its oversoul of emperors, can speak of it at length. According to Hestra, Cyrodiil became an empire across the stars. According to Shor-El, Cyrodiil became an egg. Most say something in a language they can only speak sideways. The council has collected texts and accounts from all of its provinces, and they only offer stories that never coincide, save on one point: all the folk of Tamriel during the Middle Dawn, in when they were caught in, tracked the fall of the 8 stars, and that is how they counted their days. Nera Nabisi Dunmer, triune mistress of the temple, accounts of the Middle Dawn are the province of the Empire of Men, and proof of the deceit that called themselves the Aedra. 8 stars fell on Tamriel, 1 for each iniquity that Lorkhan made clear to the world. Veloth read these signs, and he told Boethia, who confirmed them, and he told Mephala, who made wards against them, and he told Azura, who sent Almsivi to steer the true folk clear of harm. Even the 4 corners of the House of Troubles rose to protect the periphery of your madness. We watched our borders and saw them shift like snakes, and saw you run around in it like the spirits of old, devoid of math. Devoid of math. Oh, I wish to be devoid of math. Without your if-thens, succumbing to the ever now like slaves of the slim folly stasis. Do not ask us where we were when the dragon broke, for of all the world, only we truly know, and we might just show you how to break it again. We watched the dragon break in Oblivion. The dragon break is how they had to explain the 6 or so endings of Daggerfall. So instead of making one ending canon, they made them all canon. I didn't know that. I almost thought they were referring to, like, Martin's sacrifice. Obviously, that hasn't happened yet, but, like the concept of, like, lighting the dragon fires and all that stuff. Wow. Jeez. Ryleet Harher. Okay. Ryleet Harher Khajiit. Tender to the main. Do you mean where were the Khajiit when the dragon broke? Ryleet tells you where. Recording it. 1008 years. You heard it. You think the Cryo-Nordics came up with that all on their own? You humans are better thieves than even Rajin. While you were fighting wars with phantoms and giving birth to your own fathers, it was the Main that watched the Kajay, because the moons were the only constant. You didn't have the sugar to see it. You didn't have the sugar to see it. We'll give you credit. You broke Alkosh something fierce, and that's not easy. Just don't think you solved what you accomplished by it, or can ever solve it. You did it again, with Big Walker, not once but twice. Once at Rimmon, which we'll never learn to live with. The second time it was in Daggerfall. Or was it Sentinel? Or was it Wayrest? Or was it in all 3 places at once? Get me, Cyrodiil. When will you wake up and realize what really happened to the dwarves? Huh. Wow, this traces back to Daggerfall in 1996. And yeah, that makes sense. Pardon my intrusion of this amazing lore dump, but what comes next after Morrowind? What comes next? I'd like to adventure through Skyrim a little bit. And then we're gonna end off a few games at once. Our series with Knights of the Old Republic and let me think. And Skyrim. Oh, the Big Walker is the Numidium. I was wondering about that. And then we'll transition to... I know we've talked about Jade Empire. Talked about a number of things. So yeah. I would just like to personally see Skyrim through the lens of having played Morrowind. It has been a very long time since I've played. So I'd be very interested to see that. Let's see. Okay. So Manamarco, God of Worms, the Necromancers. The 3 thieves of Morrowind could tell you where they were. Ooh. So could the High King of Alinor, who was the one who broke it in the first place. There are others on this earth that could too. Ysmir, Pelinal, Erend the Fox, or should I say, Arctus? The last dwarf would talk, if they would let him. As for myself, I was here and there and here again, like the rest of the mortals during the Dragon Break. How do you think I learned my mystery? The Maracati selectives... Okay. The Maracati selectives showed us all the glories of the dawn, so that we might learn simply as above, so below. My brain broke, because I don't even know. Why do these look so, like, saturated and sharp, these books? Fragment on Atrium. Afternoon now, at least for me. Kotomi! I missed the last chapter! We're not done yet. Here. We have successfully created a slightly better jump. Wait.
How wonderful. Welcome, Outlander.
How wonderful. Get out of my way. How wonderful.
You're in good company, friend.
There's a lot going on at once.
Blessed.
Wait. Who am I There we go. We've been working on our jump. Hello, Mr. Anderson. It's almost night for me. Hehe. Let's see. Fortify skill. We're gonna see how far we can push this, because that's one thing I've wanted to do. Unself. Oh, you can only do 100 at a time. Lame! Can you stack them? Fortify attribute. Strength, so. Well, look at my chance to cast is still incredibly high. Wow. That's insane. We can add more. I mean, I guess. We need to cast this prior to casting Caffeine Jump, so that's why I'm making it duration 3, otherwise we can make it even more powerful. Wow. Acrobatics bump before the caffeinated jump. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do Ah, resting here's illegal. Okay, I gotta write you down, man. Katomi. Yes, Katomi is from the future. At least now I don't have to worry about the world ending before nightfall. Ah, man! Not about the world ending. I just don't have any magic. No! You got the caffeine jump, now you got the... We're just combining all the stimulants at this point. Okay, where do we want to go? Point me a direction. Then we gotta read Paula. Point me somewhere pretty. Wait. I know. Just the thing. Look at these little feet go. Morrowind is struggling to deal with us. Straight to Solstheim? Yes! You got it! Wow, how'd you call that? That was very good. That was good. That was good, man. You caught me. What can I say? I have put this off for way too long. You guys have been cool with it. You have waited ever so patiently. Ridiculous. Okay. This is so annoying. And frustrating. Yeah, I'm in the future. I'm from the future. Things are worse now, Mr. Andropson. I'm sorry to tell you. No! Did you grab the special ring from Thirsk? What's the ring? Is it the Marara? I don't know. I feel like if it's one of the rings that you wanted me to get before Endgame and Tribunal, probably? Thirsk Hall. What's the special ring from Thirsk? Did I leave it in Thirsk? Is that what this is? Do 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 dum bum bum bum. I swear. Dude, didn't we got the ring that allows you to watch all the cutscenes from Blood Moon. The almighty tree stump. Okay. Are we watching them again? Actually. Let's just try it. Okay. Wait. Wait. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we need acrobatics bump and caffeinated jump. Did the acrobatics bump help? No! It doesn't like me. Have I broken the game permanently? Have I overdone it? I would love to just sit and talk to you all. While I try to jumpstart Morrowind again. I think it's a little frustrated with me right now. You don't have to watch them, it's just a great metagame reward they put in there. It's pretty cool. We could just sit and watch them. After Paula, of course. Because I owe Ryan a wiki big time. He only mentioned it like 4 or 5 times. The more you bend the game, the more likely it will eventually crash out on you. You know what? I demand compensation. Maybe it would need an oil change. You know, I wonder what I could, like, possibly get rid of to make this work for me. Because I've already broken so much of it. And the more items it has to load, the higher chance it sputters out. So too much hoarding in Morrowind can really swing back and get you. That's probably why it's good that I've tried to sell a lot of my items to Creeper. For the purpose of, preventing, like, that from happening. Because Creeper's inventory erases over time. And I don't know if that would help the issue we're having right now. Like, I don't know if they all add to the same overload. Oh, that seems to work. Moon moth. We're going the wrong way. Yeah, we finally get it to work and then we go the wrong way. Of course, of course. Okay. That would be a thing I'd probably be super attentive to next playthrough. Would be cleaning stuff out. Now, hoarding stuff was great for the Creeper Shuffle early on. Oh, wow, I got spun around there. Okay. Break the game, gotta break the game. Ah, it shot me off course. No, I think we're okay. We're okay. It's okay. Take your time, Morrowind. Give a little extra time to loading areas. That's fine. Oh, whoa, coming in hot. Whoa, coming in hot. Okay, so maybe I pushed it a little too far. But I just wanted to get the Ikarian flight level is what I'm trying to do. Which I feel like with the combination of the bump and the jump, I feel like we got it. I could be wrong. Hey, what's up, brother?
3 blessings.
like your
to
helm,
you,
dude.
Outlander.
Why am I here?
This is a pleasure.
Oh, I know why I'm here. I know why I'm here. We're gonna go do some stuff. So hopefully, if the game doesn't consider the stuff in the sea as things it has to load, hopefully we'll actually, like, be able to jump to Solstheim. You think? Maybe? Possibly? We can do it. Feel like we're covering a lot of ground. Okay, so from where do you have to jump for this to count? Like, do you have to do it from the dock? Yeah, this is so satisfying to see. Except for the loading bits. Does PC remedy this? Because I know the Xbox's hardware is... The way it runs on the hardware is part of the problem. Ah, it's always mid-jump, right? Okay, so hold up. From where does it count that this is a Solstheim jump? Does it matter so long as we're on land? There's no mandated launch point. Okay, there's nothing required. So we can go to the edge. I feel like it's a bit cheap, but it still counts. Like, I would almost be inclined to say we have to go from the dock. Oh, mods do. Okay, so there are mods on PC that do. Okay. Does this count as mainland? It's technically it's kind of connected. Kind of disconnected. Okay, how about this? We'll go from up here. Right there. This count? Okay. Wow, why am I always so spun around with this thing? Okay. There's Solstheim. Here are we. We must... Don't crash on me, baby. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't crash on me. This is an autosave point now. Okay, we got this. Acrobatics bump. We gotta see the whole character. Wait a second. Magic, caffeinated jump. I don't know if we had enough of a running off point. Hopefully it's fine. Generally, anything present... No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. Oh! No way. Are you joking? I didn't think. Oh, our jumps before were like up less than a quarter of the way there. Generally, anything present in the game before Blood Moon was released would count, but isn't as if anyone here today doesn't have the DLCs loaded by default. And there you go. Halfway. So not across the entire thing, but halfway. Wow! That's incredible. There, stay down. That was sad. Okay, where's Thirsk? Too far, too far. It's the momentum that gets me.
I'd like you to meet Erna. We have a love my wife would never understand.
Shut up. SC of Skull Village. Okay. Wait, what did I leave here? There's a ring where you can see... What's the ring called? Ew, Helm of Bear Scent. Ew. Commoner stuff. Ew. Alright, Fleetwood Mac. Look around the stuffed cliff racer suspended from the What? It's probably downstairs. But I'm gonna check. Just double check it's not my room. Okay, let's go downstairs. What?
In the cave she met the beast, and cut quite short his evil feast. And when the Odefrecht did fall, the chieftain came and claimed his hall.
Cause you so speedy. Wait, is there a suspended cliff racer?
Hot or cold, served in a boot, needs my drink. Rectifies the humors and confuses the vermin.
Oh my! Heart of the Udefricta. You can make something with it, but there's only one.
Moody? Not really. I'm always this way.
Moody? Not really. I am always this way. Is there supposed to be a ring in here? I feel like I have... Isn't the... Is it Herstein's ring? Does it let you do that?
All hail the chieftain of Thirsk, slayer of the Udefrecht. May the mead flow forever.
I don't think that's how they all say it. Ah. Okay, can we jump back? See if we can jump back. How high up can we get? This is good. This is a good height. Although I don't want to give us any disadvantage. I feel like not having a running start is what really messed us up a couple times. Didn't make it. I mean, still way easier than the swim from before, but... It was a bummer. This poor game. And this is why the newer games can't do this. The amount of stuff they have to load. There's no way. Okay, now that we are in the snow and it's so lovely and beautiful. Let us read Paula. Book 1 by Voine Miersted. This is for you, Rhino Wiki. I'm sorry it took us so long to get to this book. Alrighty. Paula. I remember when I first heard that name, not long ago at all. It was at a Tales and Talos ball, at a very fine estate west of Mir Corrupt, to which I and my fellow Mages Guild initiates had found ourselves unexpectedly invited. Truth be told, we needn't have been too surprised. There were very few other noble families in Mir Corrupt. The region had its halcyon days as a resort for the wealthy far back in the Second Era, and on reflection it was only appropriate to have sorcerers and wizards present at a supernatural holiday. Not that we were anything more exotic than students at a small, non-exclusive charter house of the guild, but, like I said, there was a paucity of other choices available. For close to a year, the only home I had known was the rather ramshackle of sprawling grounds of the Mere Corrupt Mages Guild. My only companions were my fellow initiates, most of which only tolerated me, and the masters whose bitterness at being at a backwater guild prompted never-ending abuse. Sorry, did you find the ring? My internet connection is being extremely spotty. New modem should arrive today. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what ring you were referring to. But we can go back and check once we're done reading. Shh, never mind that question while you're reading. Okay, back to the book. Immediately, the School of Illusion had attracted me. The magister who taught us recognized me as an apt pupil who loved not only the spells of science, but their philosophical underpinnings. There was something about the idea of warping the imperceptible energies of light, sound, and mind that appealed to my nature. Not for me the flashy schools of destruction and alteration, the holy schools of restoration and conjuration, the practical schools of alchemy and enchantment, or the chaotic school of mysticism. No, I was never so pleased as to take an ordinary object and, by a little magic, make it seem something other than what it was. It would have taken more imagination than I had to apply that philosophy to my monotonous life. After the morning's lessons, we were assigned tasks before our evening classes. Mine had been to clean out the study of a recently deceased resident of the guild. Oh no. And categorize his clutter of spellbooks, charms, and incunabula. Incunabula. What? I need to know. I need to educate myself. I want to know what kids back in the day were speaking like this because they played this game. An early printed book, especially one printed before 1501. Oh, incunabulum. Incunabula. Okay. And categorize this clutter of spellbooks, charms, and incunabula. It was a lonely and tedious appointment. Magister Tendixus was an inveterate... Oh, gosh, these words. Inveterate. Magister Tendicus was an inveterate collector of worthless junk, but I was reprimanded any time I threw something away of the least possible value. Gradually, I learned enough to deliver each of his belongings to the appropriate department. Potions of healing to the Magisters of Restoration. Books on physical phenomena to the Magisters of Alteration. Herbs and minerals to the alchemists. And soul gems, bound items to the enchanters. Okay. And soul gems and bound items to the enchanters. After one delivery to the enchanters, I was leaving with my customary lack of appreciation when Magister Ilther called me back. "Boy," said the portly old man, handing me back one item. "Destroy this." It was a small black disc covered with ruins, with a ring of red-orange gems like bones circling its periphery. I'm sorry, Magister," I stammered. I thought it was something you'd be interested in." "Take it to the Great Flame and destroy it," he barked, turning his back on me. "You never brought it here." My interest was piqued, because I knew the only thing that would make him react in such a way. Necromancy. I went back to Magister Texticus's chambers and pored through his notes, looking for any reference to the disc. Unfortunately, most of the notes had been written in a strange code that I was powerless to decipher. I was so fascinated by the mystery that I nearly arrived late for my evening class in enchantment, taught by Magister Elther himself. The ring is called Blue Dev's Ring of Viewing. Blue Dev is Mark Nelson. He attended the University of North Carolina. Sorry, he attended Duke, not UNC. Hey, you gotta get that right. Yeah, let's find that. I don't think I've ever found that ring. For the next several weeks, I divided my time categorizing the general debris and making my deliveries, and researching the disc. I came to understand that my instinct was correct. The disc was a genuine necromantic artifact. Though I couldn't understand most of the Magister's notes, I determined that he thought it to be a means of resurrecting a loved one from the grave. Sadly, the time came when the chamber had been categorized and cleared, and I was given another assignment, assisting in the stables of the guild's menagerie. At least, finally, I was working with some of my fellow initiates and had the opportunity of meeting the common folk and nobles who came to the guild on various errands. Thus was I employed when we were all invited to the Tales and Talos ball. Imagine Mir, is this your last Morrowind stream? Yes, for now it's my last Morrowind stream. How you doing, Imagine Mir? Yeah, we've completed almost everything, but some of the guilds that we haven't gone through we'll save for a future run one day. And the wood elf who smashes to the ground at the beginning of the game? Tarheel. The UNC Tar Heels are Duke's main rival. Oh, yeah, there have been a number of sports references here that I wouldn't have known had you guys not brought them up. If the expected glamour of the evening were not enough, our hostess was reputed to be young, rich, unmarried orphan from Hammerfell. Hammerfell? Sorry, Hammerfell. Only a month or two before she had moved to our desolate, wooded corner of the Imperial Province to reclaim an old family manor house and grounds. The initiates at the guild gossiped like old women about the mysterious young lady's past. What had happened to her parents, why she had left or been driven from her homeland. Her name was Betaniqui. Her name was Betaniqui, and that was all we knew. We wore our robes of initiation with pride as we arrived for the ball. At the enormous marble foyer, the servant announced each of our names as if we were royalty, and we strutted into the midst of the revelers with great puffery. Oh, man. Doing well, but I'm always sad to say farewell to Vvardenfell. Goodbye, Morrowind. We love you. Yeah, we've broken it, man. The poor game crashed because we broke it so much. And we strutted into the midst of the revelers with great puffery. Of course, we were then promptly ignored by one and all. In essence, we were unimportant figures to lend some thickness to the ball. Background characters. The important people pushed through us with perfect politeness. There was old lady There was old lady Shardira discussing diplomatic appointments to Balmora with the Duke of Rimfarlin. An orc warlord entertaining a giggling princess with tales of ape and pillage, grape and pillage. Wow, what a way to get a giggling princess? Are you serious? Wow. 3 of the guild magisters worried with 3 painfully thin noble spinsters about the haunting of Daggerfall. Intrigues at the imperial and various royal courts were analyzed, gently mocked, fretted over, toasted, dismissed, evaluated, mitigated, admonished, subverted. No one looked our way, even when we were right next to them. It was as if my skill at illusion had somehow rendered us all invisible. Ah! So heart-wrenching. I took my flagon out to the terrace. The moons were doubled, equally luminous in the sky, and the enormous reflecting pool that stretched out into the garden. Man, I feel like I'm missing words here. Equally luminous in the sky, and in the enormous reflecting pool that stretched out into the garden. The white marble statuary lining the sides of the pool caught the fiery glow and seemed to burn like torches in the night. The sight was so otherworldly that I was mesmerized by it, and the strange red-guard figures immortalized in stone. Our hostess had made her home there so recently that some of the sculptures were still wrapped in sheets that billowed and swayed in the gentle breeze. I don't know how long I stared before I realized I wasn't alone. She was so small and so dark, not only in her skin but in her clothing, that I nearly took her for a shadow. When she turned to me, I saw that she was very beautiful and young, not more than 17. "Are you our hostess?" I finally asked. "Yes," she smiled, blushing. "But I'm ashamed to admit I'm very bad at it. I should be inside with my new neighbors, but I think we have very little in common." It's been very let's see. Oh, come on. Chicks love true crime stories and tales of serial killers. Of course that story got the orcs some attention. Fair point. Any true crime any true say that 5 times fast. Any true crime girlies out there? I've never been that person, so I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's been made abundantly clear that they hope I have nothing in common with them either, I laughed. When I'm a little higher than an initiate in the Mages Guild, they might see me as more of an equal. I don't understand the concept of equality in Cyrodiil yet, she frowned. In my culture, you proved your worth, not just expected it. My parents both were great warriors, as I hoped to be. Her eyes went out to the lawn, to the statues. Do the sculptures represent your parents? That's my father, Perium, there, she said, gesturing to a life-size representation of a massively built man, unashamedly naked, gripping another warrior by the throat and preparing to decapitate him with an outstretched blade. It was clearly a realistic depiction. Perium's face was plain, even slightly ugly, with a low forehead, a mass of tangled hair, stubble on his cheeks, even a slight gap in his teeth, which no sculptor would surely have invented except to do justice to his model's true idiosyncrasies. And your mother? I asked, pointing to a nearby statue of a proud, rather squat warrior woman in a mantilla and scarf, holding a child. Oh no, she laughed. That was my uncle's old nurse. Mother's statue still has a sheet over it. I don't know what prompted me to insist that we unveil the statue that she pointed to. In all likelihood, it was nothing but fate and a selfish desire to continue the conversation. I was afraid that if I did not give her a project, she would feel the need to return to the party, and I would be alone again. At first she was reluctant, and she had not yet made up her mind whether the statues would suffer in the wet, sometimes cold Cyrodiilic climate. Perhaps all should be covered, she reasoned. It may be that she was merely making conversation and was reluctant, as I was, to end the standoff and be that much closer to having to return to the party. In a few minutes' time, we tore the tarp from the statue of Betaniqui's mother. That is when my life changed forevermore. She was an untamed spirit of nature, screaming in a struggle with a misshapen, monstrous figure in black marble. Her gorgeous, long fingers were raked across the creature's face. The monster's talon gripped her right... Oh my gosh. This feels very adult. The monster's talon gripped her right breast in a sort of caress that prefaces a mortal wound. Its legs and hers wound around one another in a battle that was a dance. I felt annihilated. This lithe but formidable woman was beautiful beyond all superficial standards. Whoever had sculpted it had somehow captured not only a face and figure of a goddess, but her power and will. She was both tragic and triumphant. I fell instantly and fatally in love with her. Hey, cute girl, that's your mom? She cute. Great. I had not even noticed when Gellin, one of my fellow initiates who was leaving the party, came up behind us. Apparently I had whispered the word magnificent, because I heard Betaniqui reply, I'm sorry, man. Betaniqui reply as if miles away. Yes, it is magnificent. That's why I was afraid of exposing it to the elements. Then I heard, clearly, like a stone breaking water, Gellin. Mara, preserve me, that must be Paula. Then you've heard of my mother? Asked Betaniqui, turning his way. I hail from way west, practically on the border to Hammerfell. I don't think there's anyone who hasn't heard of your mother and her great heroism, ridding the land of that abominable beast. She died in that struggle, didn't she? Yes, said the girl sadly, but so too did the creature. For a moment, we were all silent. I don't remember anything more of that night. Somehow I knew I was invited to dine the next evening, but my mind and heart had been entirely and forevermore arrested by the statue. I returned back to the guild, but my dreams were fevered and brought me no rest. Everything seemed diffused by white light, except for one beautiful, fearsome woman, Paula. That's the end of Paula Volume 1, or Book 1. Paula Book 2. Paula. The name burned in my heart. I found myself whispering it in my studies, even when I tried to concentrate on something the Magister was saying. My lips would silently purse to voice the Paul, and tongue lightly flicked to form the La, as if I were kissing her spirit before me. It was madness in every way, except that I knew it was madness. I knew I was in love. I knew she was a noble Redguard woman, a fierce warrior more beautiful than the stars. I knew her young daughter, Bentiniqui, had taken possession of a manor house near the guild, and that she liked me, perhaps was even infatuated. I knew Paula had fought a terrible beast and killed it. I knew Paula was dead. It's a cautionary tale about losing your mind over infatuation. Man, infatuation is so gripping. It's kind of scary. But I think it's a pretty relatable human experience of falling into emotions that have no foundation, no relationship. It's crazy. I feel like this is very relatable. Like a very relatable human experience. It's beautifully written too. I like it. As I say, I knew it was madness, and by that, I knew I could not be mad. Wait, what? I knew I couldn't be mad. I'm not mad. I'm not crazy. I mean, it's crazy. What I'm thinking is crazy, but I'm not crazy. What are you talking about? This is what happens when you start to go insane. I'm more sane than I've ever been. I understand more than I've ever understood. You're like, okay, you're definitely losing it. That's when you know you're lost. Okay. Actually, I couldn't be seeing any clearer. Okay. I knew I could not be mad, but I also knew that I must return to Bentiniqui's palace to see her statue of my beloved Paula. Oh, now he's using my. I was just listening to this guy assessing the word my and the dangers of it. And I was like, thought it was such an interesting discussion to have over the English word and the many uses of it. And he's already using the word my. Wow. We're already at that level, man. Okay, my beloved Paula engaged in that final, horrible, fatal battle with the monster. Return I did, over and over again. Had Bentiniqui been a different sort of noblewoman, more comfortable with her peers, I would not have had so many opportunities. In her innocence, unaware of my sick obsession, she welcomed my company. We would talk for hours, laughing, and every time we would take a walk to the reflecting pond where I would always stop, breathless before the sculpture of her mother. This poor girl. Poor little thing being led on. It's a marvelous tradition you have, preserving these figures of your ancestors at their finest moments, I said. Feeling her curious eyes on me. And the craftsmanship is without parallel. You wouldn't believe me, laughed the girl, but it was a bit of a scandal when my great-grandfather began the custom. We Redguards hold a great reverence for our families, but we are warriors, not artists. He hired a traveling artist to create the first statues, and everyone admired them until it was revealed that the artist was an elf. An Altmer from the Somerset Isle. Scandal. It was, absolutely. Bentiniqui nodded seriously. The idea that a pompous, wicked elf's hands had formed these figures of noble Redguard warriors was unthinkable, profane, irreverent, everything bad you can imagine. But my great-grandfather's heart was in the beauty of it, and his philosophy of using the best to honor the best, passed down to us all. I would not have even considered having a lesser artist create the statues of my parents, even if it would have been more allegiant to my culture. They're all exquisite, I said. But you like the one of my mother most of all, she smiled. I see you look at it, even when you seem to be looking at the others. It is my favorite also. Would you tell me more about her? I asked, trying to keep my voice light and conversational. Oh, she would have said she was nothing extraordinary, but she was, the girl said, picking a flower from the garden. My father died when I was quite young, and she had so many roles to fill, but she did them all effortlessly. We have a great many business interests, and she was brilliant in managing everything, certainly better than I am now. All it took was her smile, and everyone obeyed, and those that didn't paid dearly. She smiled, and when they didn't obey, they paid for it. She was witty, charming, and threatening. Okay. She was very witty and charming, but a formidable force when the need arose for her to fight. Hundreds of battles, but I can never remember a moment of feeling neglected or unloved. And despite all the wars she fought, she loved me dearly. Despite all the beasts she killed. I literally thought she was too strong for death. Stupid, I know, but when she went to battle, that horrible creature, that freak from a mad wizard's laboratory, I never even thought she would not return. She was kind to her friends and ruthless to her enemies. What more can one say about a woman than that? More Bentonique's eyes teared up with remembrance. What sort of villain was I to goad her so, in order to satisfy my perverted longings? Sheogorath could never have conflicted a mortal man more than me. I found myself both weeping and filled with desire. Paula not only looked like a goddess, but from her daughter's story, she was one. That night, while undressing for bed, I rediscovered the black disc I had stolen from Magister Tendix's office weeks before. I had half forgotten about its existence, that mysterious necromantic artifact which the mage believed could resurrect a dead loved one. A dead love. Almost by pure instinct, I found myself placing the disc on my heart and whispering, Paula. A momentary chill filled my chamber. My breath hung in the air in a mist before dissipating. Frightened, I dropped the disc. It took a moment before my reason returned, and with it the inescapable conclusion. The artifact could fulfill my desire. Until the early morning hours, I tried to raise my mistress from the chains of oblivion, but it was no use. I was no necromancer. I entertained thoughts of how to ask one of the magisters to help me, but I remembered how Magister Ilther had bid me to destroy it. They would expel me from the guild if I went to them and destroyed the disc themselves, and with it, my only key to bringing my love to me. Sounds like Anakin. I was in my usual semi-torpid condition the next day in classes. Master Ilther himself was lecturing on his specialty, the School of Enchantment. He was a dull speaker with a monotone voice, but suddenly I felt as if every shadow had left the room and I was in a palace of light. When most persons think of my particular science, they think of the process of invention, the infusing of charms and spells into objects, the creation of magical blade, perhaps, or a ring. But the skilled enchanter is also a catalyst. The same mind that can create something new can also provoke greater power from something old. A ring that can generate warmth for a novice in the hand of such a talent can bake a forest black. The fat man chuckled. Not that I'm advocating that. Leave that for the School of Destruction. I think it's interesting the idea that an enchanted item would produce a more powerful effect. Not just be not that you receive it at a more powerful effect, but that as you, basically it levels with you in some way. That would be interesting to have less special items, but they have more expanse of what they can do depending on your skill. You should do a Skyrim playthrough after this. You'll get that Morrowind nostalgia with that Dragonborn expansion. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm very interested in seeing that. That'll be very interesting, and maybe I'll be more focused on reading books, although I know I will not find the depth that we're finding here, but... That week, all the initiates were asked to choose a field of specialization. All were surprised when I turned back on my old darling. Oh, I see, I'm sorry. All were surprised when I turned my back on my old darling, the School of Illusion. It seemed ridiculous to me that I had ever entertained an affection for such a superficial charm. Reminds me of the story of Raistlin Magir in Dragonlance. He had the staff of Magius, or Magius, and had to study it for years to unlock more functions. That would be really cool if they applied that to an Elder Scrolls game. It seemed ridiculous to me that I had ever entertained an affection for such superficial charms. All my intellect was now focused on the School of Enchantment, the means by which I could free the power of the disc. For months thereafter, I barely slept. A few hours a week I'd spend with Bentiniqui and the statue to give myself strength and inspiration. All the rest of my time was spent with Magister Ilthur, or his assistants, learning everything I could about enchantment. They taught me how to taste the deepest levels of magicka within a stored object. A simple spell, once, no matter how skillfully and no matter how spectacularly, is ephemeral, if the present what it is and no more, sighed Magister Ilthur, but placed in a home, it develops into an almost living energy, maturing and ripening, so only its surface is touched when an unskilled hand wields it. You must consider yourself a miner digging deeper to pull forth the very heart of gold. Maybe that would be better left, by the way, for legendary items of some sort, because I feel that if every item grew with you, people would be really frustrated, like, oh, yeah, now you automatically get amazing items instead of having to search for better and better items over time. So I could see that being an issue for some people. Maybe just have some special items that grow with you, almost like the crystal in Knights of the Republic grows with you, in a way. Kieran Crumlish, sir! All those exotic names people have. Yeah, it's difficult. Yes, the Staff of Magius itself is something TES stole from Dragonlance. Oh! Sometimes I don't know if some of these things that are found in other places are taken from those places, or if it's because these are like legendary type items. Or not legendary, mythical. Like mythical items from like hundreds and hundreds of years ago. So like that all the stories around us are using those mythical items because they're kind of passed into legend. Because sometimes I'll be like, what? The Chimera? That's resistance. It's like, no, that concept of the Chimera has been around for a long time. Like that word itself has been around. Like it's not like Resistance Fall of Man came up with it. But it was the first time as a child I had heard of it. So when I started reading it and seeing it in other tales, I was like, oh. Okay, let's see. We have Kieran Crumlish. In the case of the Staff of Magius, it was directly lifted. Oh, I see. I've exchanged messages with Ted Peterson, and he admitted to heavily copying from Dragonlance. That's interesting. I wonder with the sewing together of ancient lore, fables, and myths coming into our modern games, and the lore and myths that modern games themselves have created, if that's going to change a lot of the myths and legends in the future, because they're kind of being all sewn together. It was much more Wild West back in the early days of game development. Copyright wasn't so rigorously enforced. I'm grateful for that to a certain degree, to expand those worlds and those fables faster. But now, like I do think like it's good that we protect people's intellectual property. People work so hard, and good writers are so hard to find. Let's see. So where are we in this? Where are we in this? You must consider yourself a miner digging deeper to pull forth the very heart of gold. Every night when the laboratory closed, I practiced what I had learned. I could feel my power grow, and with it, the power of the disc. Whispering, Paula, I delved into the artifact, feeling every slight nick that had marked the runes and every facet of the gemstones. At times, I was so close to her, I felt hands touching mine. but something dark and bestial, the reality of death, I suppose, would always break across the dawning of my dream. With it came an overwhelming, rotting odor, which the initiates in the chambers next to mine began to complain about. Oh dear, like he's slowly... This feels like the, oh dear, I don't want to even say this. The necromancy episode of Brotherhood. I forgot the name of the show. It's something Brotherhood. It's like an anime series. And, oh gosh, it freaks me out. Lawsuit, to be clear. Oh, the TSR was going out of business at that point before D&D went to Wizards of the Coast. They couldn't afford a lawsuit. Yeah, oh man. That's unfortunate. This feels like that necromancy episode. Something must have crawled into the floorboards and died, I offered lamely. Something must have crawled into the floorboards and died. I offered lamely. This is where you need detect creature. Magister Ilther praised my scholarship and allowed me the use of his laboratory after hours to further my studies. Yet no matter what I learned, Paula seemed scarcely closer. One night it all ended. I was swaying in a deep ecstasy, moaning her name. The disc bruised my chest, when a sudden lightning flash through the window broke my concentration. A tempest of furious rain roared over Mir Corrupt. I went to close the shutters, and when I returned to my table, I found that the disc had shattered. I broke into hysterical sobs and then laughter. It was too much for my fragile mind to bear such a loss after so much time in study. The next day and the day after I spent in my bed, burning with fever. Had I not been a mage's guild with so many healers... I think he means in a mage's guild. I likely would have died. As it was, I provided an excellent study for the budding young scholars. When at last I was well enough to walk, I went to visit Bentinequi. She was charming as always, never once commenting on my appearance, which must have been ghastly. Finally, I gave her reason to worry when I politely but firmly declined to walk with her along the reflecting pool. But you love looking at the statuary, she exclaimed. I felt that I owed her the truth, and much more. Oh no, don't say anything, shut up. Dear lady, I love more than the statuary. I love your mother. She is all I've been able to think about for months now, ever since you and I first removed the tarp from that blessed sculpture. I don't know what you think of me now, but I have been obsessed with learning how to bring her back from the dead. Bentinequi stared at me, eyes wide. Finally she spoke. I think you need to leave now. I don't know if this is a terrible jest. Believe me, I wish it were. You see, I failed. I don't know why. It could not have been that my love wasn't strong enough, because no man had a stronger love. Man, this guy needs to shut up. Perhaps my skill as an enchanter are not masterful, but it wasn't from lack of study. I could feel my voice rise, and I knew I was beginning to rant, but I could not hold back. Perhaps the fault lay in that your mother never met me, but I think that only the caster's love is taken into account in the necromantic spell. I don't know what it was. Maybe that horrible creature, the monster that killed her, cast some sort of curse on her with its dying breath. I failed, and I don't know why. With a surprising burst of speed and strength for a small... Oh dear. With a surprising burst of speed and strength for so small a lady, Bentinequi shoved herself against me, and she screamed, "Get out!" And I fled the door. Before she slammed the door shut, I offered my pathetic apologies. I'm so sorry, Bentinequi. I considered that I wanted, to bring your mother back to you. It's madness, I know, but there's only one thing that's certain in my life, and that's that I love Paula. Oh, this is depressing. The door was nearly shut, but the girl opened it a crack to ask tremulously, "You love whom?" "Paula!" I cried to the gods. "My mother," she whispered angrily, "was named Zarlis. Paula was the monster." I stared at the closed door for Mara knows how much time, and then began the long walk back to the Mages Guild. My memory searched through the minutiae. Wow. Oh, the minutia? Is that how you spell minutia? I didn't know that. Wait, I need to look this up. I never knew if that's how you spelled it. Small, precise, trivial detail of something. Minutiae. Ah, the way it's spelled, it's minutiae. Interesting. My memory searched through the minutiae, or the minutia, to the Tales and Talos night so long ago when I first beheld the statue and first heard the name of my love. That Breton initiate Gellin had spoken. He was behind me. Was he recognizing the beast and not the lady? I turned the lonely bend that intersected with the outskirts of Mir Corrupt, and a large shadow rose from the ground where it had been sitting waiting for me. Paula, I groaned. Paula? Kiss me, it howled. And that brings my story up to the present moment. Love is red, like blood. Ah! Oh my goodness! I did not see that coming. I did not see that at all. Wow. Oh! Well, it didn't kill him because he was able to write this journal entry. A large shadow rose from the ground where it had been sitting, waiting for me. So he undid all her work killing that thing. Also, it didn't kill him. And the fact that it worked. It did work. He lost his one chance. Wow. That was insane. That was a great story. Wow. All the advice had been given up until this point. Every time I follow the advice, it goes very well. Jeez, yeah, what a twist. Man. You know, for a split second, I thought if I clicked to the fire, I could make something. That is brutal and insane. I feel that, though. That's so sad. He was, like, fighting and yearning for one thing, and he failed because he said the wrong name. He was whispering the name of the thing that killed her. Oh, gosh. Heart-wrenching, I tell ya. Don't start with me. Ah, not good enough. I did them in the wrong order. Wow, Paula was great. Okay, Mr. Andripson. I hope your connection is doing well today. Tell me what to find in Thirsk, where we shall go back.
In the caves.
All hail the chieftain of Thirsk, slayer of the Udafrecht. May the mead flow forever.
Oh, okay. Oh, and I've seen to the 3 cases of Skyrim's finest honey wine have been placed in your quarters. Oh, no thank you. Just sell it and give me money. 50 gold? 50 gold? Whatever. Okay, so you gotta tell me where this ring is. Shipment of mead. I would make more by carrying all that and selling it to someone. Gustavo! Just started Oblivion 2006 and it's been fun. I can see why people prefer it over the remaster in Skyrim. Is this your first playthrough? Dude, highly recommend. Now, it was my first Elder Scrolls game. I do see merit in the remaster, and I have there's an element where I do kind of enjoy it. I enjoy it as a separate game to Oblivion, but man, I'm happy to hear that. I don't know if you've seen the whole story, but I love the story in Oblivion. I love that you're not the hero of the world. I love that you're just you. Who's helping the savior of the world. I love that element to it. Mr. Anderson, I hope your connection is going okay. If you, oh wait, you know what? You already told me the name. Blue Dev. Blue Dev's ring. I'll look it up so we can start finding it, and then you can chime in if your connection is good. Blue Dev's Ring of Viewing. It's a unique jewelry item in the Elder Scrolls 3 Blood Moon. It is a variant of the Exquisite Ring. Blue Dev Ring will only appear once Blood Moon's main quest is completed. Skull Village, the Great Hall. Inside the mouth of the decorative cliff racer in the middle. Not in Thirsk. In the Great Hall. Wait. In the Skull Village. That's north of us. That brings me some comfort. We will jump there. It has been an honor and a privilege to witness bits and pieces of your ascension throughout Morrowind. Lovely of you to keep the spirit of this classic alive. Oh, wow. Hope to see you around other titles. Whoa, too far, too far, too far. That is very kind of you to say, and I've very much enjoyed it. I'm glad you guys have enjoyed getting to see a noob play this for the first time. I'm sure there's not many noobs who are excited, like who've never played it, but like are really excited to play it. Like anybody I feel who would enjoy a game like this has probably already played it, it being an older game. And so I'm grateful that you guys have had some fun, you know, pushing me and guiding me through this game. But also, like, I've enjoyed playing it alongside you guys because I think a lot of the endurance that I had to deal with certain parts of the game and to learn certain parts of it came from having, like, even if you guys were like, we're not helping you, you need to deal with this. It was like, I knew you guys were there though. So it was like, okay, they know what they're talking about. They know it's going to be fine. I'm going to keep working on it. Woo, internet back. Okay. Check out the mouth of the cliff racer inside Thirsk for that ring. Okay. So I just looked it up. It's not in Thirsk. It's in the Skull Village Great Hall, I think. Is this the Great Hall? Because I was like, there's no cliff racer in Thirsk. Oh, there you are. Hey, buddy. Hi. I didn't even realize there was a cliff racer there. Right where they belong. Okay. I'm so glad you're back to see this. Oh! Whoa! Blue Dev's Ring of Viewing. Whoa! I like some people's artistic interpretations of this ring. It is actually very pretty. And we're gonna go back to our empty soul.
Well,
Our heartlessness, our gutlessness.
miserable all the time gives us plenty to complain about.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Wait, am I standing? Am I standing? Right there. Cool. Hey, look, it looks like it's my spine. It's holding my arms up. Okay, let's do this. Wait, where is it? Oh, it doesn't look enchanted. Whoa. Are they in order? Okay, ready?
Your master has a task for you, my hound. In the tombs of Skyrim lies the totem of claw and fang. There, I wish it to remain. When the Skull come for it, hunt them down, kill them all, and protect the totem.
This is great. This is great. Okay. Next one. Totem 2.
You have performed well, hound. The totem is undisturbed for now, and your master is pleased. I grant you this boon to aid you in your hunt. Your claws are now as sharp as the edge of my spear. Let all who would stand before you feel their edge. We will speak again. It is time to serve your master again. The totem was stolen while the hounds slept, and the Skull prepared to hunt the spirit bear this night. Hunt the hunters and slay the beast.
Wow. Okay, we only have a couple. Oh, black and white. I don't know which one's black and white on the new Xbox controller. Oh my goodness, this pop-up is driving me nuts. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna be Bear Hunt 2 or
Your master
Hearthstone.
has a task for you, my hound. In the tombs of Skyrim lies the totem of claw and fang. There, I wish it to remain. When the Skull come for it, hunt them down, kill them all, and protect the totem.
Okay, I think that was white. I always forget which one's white and which one's black. Wait.
Is well pleased. The Skull find no fortune with their god. I grant you this boon for your service, Hound. When you walk in the day, you may now summon a companion to your side to aid you in your travels. Hunt well until I call upon you again.
Wow. Ridiculous. As soon as I said I'm back, you said, I just looked it up. It cut out again, but I see you found it. Yeah, it was in Skull Village, not in Thirsk. That's what was the confusing part, because I was like, there's no thing. Let's see if this is Bear Hunt 2.
I have another task for you,
Or
Hound.
1.
There is a castle of ice to the north, under siege from within by renegade servants. I have need of the master of this castle, and I do not want him distracted by this foolishness. Go there, kill the rebels, and end the siege.
Wow. Dude. That's great. That's really cool. I thought I had gotten all that type of stuff, but I didn't. Wow. That was really, really cool. Well, guys, if anybody would like to move over to Twitch, we've got Shrumbius up. We got Kestrel McKnight. We've got, I don't know when Thomas Explores is going to be up. He's offline right now. I think he's up later than, even later than this, like in an hour. Ah, I would love to go long one day and raid him. We'll have to pick a day to go, like, really long. Sadly, guys like Mark Nelson no longer work for Bethesda. It's a bummer. So some of our normal ones, like Permanoob, are no longer online right now. If you guys would like to watch more Morrowind, there are a few people playing Morrowind. Shroomius is playing Dark Souls. So if you want to move over to Twitch, we'll be raiding someone. Someone's earlier in the game, I think, searching for the Nerevar. Permadeath. Permadeath in Morrowind. So yeah, guys. This is the end to our Morrowind journey. We are officially done. It's been a long road. It's been fun. It's been really cool. Pyrus the burn. The chest is gone again. Yeah, I thought that was a good way to end this off. Is with our snow bear curse that's glitched. There's no way to fix it. That's a good one. But the snow bear curse is still invisible. Mr. Henderson, that's funny. I assumed he just meant his character. Where are we? Okay, ready? We're gonna jump and sign off. This has been fun. I'm kind of having a hard time just saying goodbye. Just saying no. We've got other places to adventure. Other worlds to explore. I'm excited to see Skyrim again for like a little bit. To just remember what some of that's like and see it through the eyes of having... Did it actually fill in a bit? Oh, it actually finally filled in a little bit. It's fixed. And having some of like the perspective of Morrowind. Going into maybe playing some Solstheim and stuff like that. Man, we've cleared out the map so much. Hey, glad you had fun with it. This has been really cool. Dang it, levitation. That's not what we want. We need to jump into the sunset is what we need to do. Nope. Aw, man. Terry! Hi, Nerdy. How's it going? Excuse me. This is our last Morrowind episode. We're about to say goodbye. But if you go back in the stream, which you can do on YouTube, and there will be obviously the Did you hear the wolf howling? That was amazing. Obviously the VOD will be up. I think it usually uploads pretty quickly, but we read through a number of books today. Oh, it's snowing. Oh, it's snowing to say goodbye. I'm sad. I had so much fun with it. I had fun with you, doing it with you guys. It made it so much more fun. And I endured so much more. So yeah, guys, if you move over to Twitch, if you want, we can follow, we can go with Shroobius, who's back in Dark Souls, which is just, I madly respect. The Doppler effect because of your motion. Yeah, it was awesome. That was amazing. But yeah. Oh, and there was like a Tamriel Rebuild stream? We're doing our first playthrough of Morrowind. Huh. We have another person playing their first playthrough of Morrowind. Minty Midori. Midori. I think we should rate her and give her some love. As I've been given love, she could be given love. No guarantees how long my internet connection will hold. Ah, Tom Bombadil, you're the best. Let's do our roll call. I'm acting like I'm done streaming forever. Our last roll call. Okay. You can do Skyrim with Requiem and three tweaks. Let me write that down. We're going to be playing on console. But there are console mods, and I might look into that before Thursday. And we can determine what we're going to do. Requiem. And 3 tweaks. What do those do? Post them in chat. We'll do roll call. Oh my gosh. I need to do what this girl's doing. She's using Dagoth Ur's voice. Okay, so we had Terry, we had Pyrus the Burned. We had Gustavo, Kieran Crumlish, Imagined Mirror, Katomi, Mars Star, Alone in Dystopia, Callum DMD, Dynamite, Stan LT. We had Rip and Artie Poo, Mr. Anderps and Nullybird, and First in Chat. Mashugajada Jimmy. You can do it on Xbox? Yes. If you're a little sentimental at the end of Morrowind streams, that means the game made an impression on you, Oblivion Lady. Aw, it did. It did. It did. I am beyond impressed. I really, really enjoyed it. Guys, I hope you had a good one. I hope you enjoyed the exploits that we ended the game with. And I will see you in the next one.